So we're just waiting for Graham to get started, so just figured we'd start at 4:20. Hey, Graham.
Hey, Ariel.
Excuse my cough. I'm just getting over something.
No worries.
So, how have you been?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing?
Pretty good. Me and Neil have been geeking out. We're talking about maybe trying to get some sort of I don't even know. We're still figuring out. It's just kind of like a spur of the moment thing, but basically trying to do some sort of like initiation, like basically kind of recreate some of the mysteries. Obviously, it's reconstruction, but I don't know. We've got some interesting ideas going, but.
Yeah, it sounds like you're kind of picking up on some of the stuff I was curious about how the different oils and that sort of stuff earlier.
Definitely, yeah. So, I don't know. It's definitely something in the pipeline. Who knows if it's just a what's the word? If it's just a pipe dream line or if it's actual, pipeline. But hopefully,
yeah. It all depends if you have the right oil to put into the pipe, right?
Hey, that's true. Got to keep everything nice and working.
Okay, so so I got my notebook here. I'm set to go.
Sometimes you got to send me your notes because it probably will help me a lot more than because it's like I kind of just my mind's almost like an Etch-a-Sketch. I can get really detailed stuff really fast, but it wipes so quickly.
No, and that's a gift in and of itself. That is, it has its as I was sitting there and saying to my friend earlier today, every gift is also a curse at the same time. That was one of the things we were talking about the difference between the Shapira scroll and the actual Book of Deuteronomy, where the Shapira scroll had both the blessing and the curse combined, and the actual what ended up in the Book of Deuteronomy only had the blessing.
So it's actually really interesting because just today, I think you were watching the stream, but me and Neil were talking about the blessing for Judah, and then like how some of them are blessing and curses, and it's a really interesting concept because like in general, I mean, and like if you think about it, like literally, it's heavily propagandized because it only gives blessings to Judah, completely ignores that. Judah himself actually fell victim to, well, not fell victim because, and the whole story with Judah and Tamar?
Right, yeah. Well, it's been a while since I've read it. Go ahead and refresh me on that.
Interestingly enough, I think this might be relevant to bring up. I mean, maybe not so much to Study-Yetzirah, but definitely to the conversation because she dressed up as a whore. But the thing is, why would Judah be willing to sleep with a whore? He's supposedly a very righteous man. He has to birth the line of David and therefore the Messiah. Well, the answer is she wasn't just so she wasn't a whore, or maybe she was, but the point is she wasn't just dressed up as just a whore, if that makes any sense. And I'm not trying to diminish people who are in the sex trade, well, of their own volition. People who are in it because they're being trafficked, that's another story completely. But at the end of the day, what someone does with their own body of their own choice,
voluntary work voluntary work they don't hurt other people doing is perfectly fine.
Exactly. But anyway, wait, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so the point is, so she wasn't just she wasn't dressed up as just another prostitute, for lack of a better term. And again, not to diminish anyone, but basically she was dressed up as a Kadesha, most likely, as a sacred prostitute. And that's the same idea that probably had to do with Mary Magdalene, that she wasn't. Well, first of all, it's possible it was just an attempt to diminish her reputation, but I think that actually just has to do with the fact that she was from Magdala, which was known for prostitution, or possibly for idolatry, well, or possibly both. Uh, but what's interesting here is that we basically have to assume that, okay, so obviously the forefather, or the ancestors of the Israelites, they erred. That's a big part in Jewish tradition, that they're not perfect, that they're human, that they're not gods. And so one of the interesting things with this, though, is, so yeah, we get this. Obviously, David, has a moral failure with Bathsheba, and has her husband sent off to the front lines of war to be killed. And then, as a result, at least we're told as a result that that their first child dies in the womb, and so that's like the curse for that. But it's like, at the end of the day, it definitely feels like there's some like narrativizing in who gets a blessing and who gets a curse. But when it comes to Judah, it's just interesting that, like, if he was able to have such a moral failing as to sleep with a prostitute, then how could he it seems like, and maybe this is just special pleading, but I tend to think that, first of all, this proves that that when he slept with her, he wasn't doing anything wrong by societal standards. It's something that only becomes seen as wrong later on. And again, in this case, we're most likely, I mean, I actually can't speak for certain because I don't know the ages are attested to in the Bible, but the point is, it's like we're not dealing with something that's like, for lack of a better term, I think we're dealing with two consenting adults. The problem is he sleeping with a prostitute and that's somehow wrong? Because he's literally the leader of a tribe. Everything that he does is being watched. So it just doesn't seem consistent for him to sleep with her if he thinks she's a prostitute, unless it's in a context where it isn't seen as improper.
No, I hear what you're saying. One of the things that jumps out to me is that this could be partially an allusion to the whole Babylonian exile and whore of Babylon, with Judah going off with the whore to Babylon sort of concept. Again, just speaking off the top of my head a little bit. And there was something you were saying that had some resonation with me, but I'm not remembering it right now, Ariel. I have a little bit too much of your memory going at the moment. So what do you think about that idea of that being sort of a Babylonian exile echo, with the tribe of Judah going off to Babylon with the whore? You're muted.
The thing is, it's not just the tribe of Judah. It's literally all the Israelites, because it wasn't just the tribe of Judah. It was just they kind of collectively referred to themselves as Judeans, and as a result, in exile, they were just called Jews.
Well, it was the kingdom of Judah at that point, because wasn't the kingdom of Israel basically already ransacked by the Assyrians? And then the Babylonians came back and took the kingdom of Judah, and you could look at it as a reference to the kingdom of Judah rather than maybe the tribe of Judah. Remember my multi-layered one, where it can refer to both a tribe and also a nation and an individual. It depends on which way you're interpreting it at a given point in time.
So I'm about to bust one of the. I mean, I'm not the one to do it, but I'm going to show something that busts one of the greatest misconceptions in history. And I'm talking history, because this is something that has been that has caused obsession in the minds of Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike, and arguably even atheists, people who are just. I mean, honestly. Nah, I mean, there's probably some atheists who are interested, but it's probably not a significant amount. So, let me see, where is it? So, this here, this channel, Sam Aronow, he's a really, really, really good channel. And so I'm going to make sure to pause every now and then so that we get a little bit of, what is it? Shoot. A little bit of back and forth. But, and also so we don't get strict. But, so I'm also going to start off here with the Gods of Israel, because this is a really interesting channel. It also shows how the Levites most likely started. Well, not the Levites, but the Kohanim. So there is no family known as Cohen. It's literally just, the tradition is that it's the descendants of Aaron. And, well, so, in the case of that, I do wonder how much of, because there were Kohanim and there were Levites, and the Kohanim, there's this, that most of them have the same Y chromosome because it's only passed on from father to son. But so that's interesting. Oh wow, this actually might be.
I was going to say the other one, Ariel, is one that there's a lot of smoke around the idea that the Kohen, the Kohen were actually like Egyptian priests that came out, and that's why many of them had like Egyptian names and all.
So not as sure about that, but there definitely could be, especially because they the tribe of Levi was given the dwellings of Goshen, and they lived in luxury, unlike the other tribes who were enslaved. Whoa! I think you're onto something. You there?
Yeah, no, I'm here.
All right, so, but anyway, so basically, what I'm listening or what I'm hearing, because you do have this, Y chromosome marker that all the, Cohens have. And the thing is, you might have a last name Cohen, but if you don't have that marker, you're not a true Cohen.
Yes, somebody slipped up in the parentage along the way.
Yeah, someone's daddy ain't their daddy.
Not saying that was your direct daddy, but somebody wasn't told a fib along the way.
Yeah, either your mother cheated on him or you got switched to birth.
Well, I was going to say there are all sorts of parties that people can have among consenting adults that things can happen at as well. So, and there also was a tradition in Judaism where you could adopt. Basically, if you were a child, you could basically adopt in a son in order to take over the parentage.
So, it's interesting because the whole Y chromosome marker wasn't known until modernity. So theoretically, there could have been people who were grafted into the Cohen line, and then now all of a sudden, because there's genetic studies, they're getting ruled out when there was no issue before. It's that's one of those things where I think religion and science have a real it's kind of like, for instance, does DNA make someone Jewish? Well, yes, but it also doesn't make someone not Jewish, if that makes any sense. So not having Jewish DNA doesn't mean you're not Jewish, but having Jewish DNA means you're Jewish.
Right. No, that's the mitochondrial DNA marker.
And the thing that's interesting with that, but see, here's the thing, because you can't rely on the mitochondrial DNA marker, because what happens if you have someone who's born to a woman who converted to Judaism? She's considered a full Jew, and then the child is born to a mother with a Jewish womb. And so with this, you have someone who has no Jewish DNA unless the mother. That's one of the interesting things. So if the child was already born, then the child has to convert as well. That's why, So, for instance, if the woman converts, she's not going to marry someone who's not Jewish. Unless she.
That'd be a really strange situation. Exactly.
Yeah, but so with that, in that the child will at least have half Jewish DNA. But imagine you have two people who convert. Then you have someone. Then you could potentially have someone who their children is considered halakhically Jewish. They're born halakhically Jewish, but they have no Jewish DNA. In fact, I think this arguably was the case of Herod Antipas. And the thing is that
Well, I know King Herod was a convert.
no, he wasn't.
Uh,
He was
everything I read that he actually converted, but the issue with him was they were throwing the genetic marker at him, playing the gene card.
they were, but he didn't convert. He was born Jewish. His father was part of the Edomites who were converted forcibly by the Hasmonean dynasty. So,
Okay,
yeah,
so he was Jewish.
yes, he was fully Jewish. The thing is, he wasn't viewed as Jewish by the I don't know if it was the Pharisees or the Sadducees or both, but basically, like, he was kind of not taken seriously. It's almost kind of like imagine if evangelicals actually treated Trump like they should. It'd be like that. Like, you have someone who's pretending to be well, actually, no. See, this is a great thing, or the funny irony. Herod was religious. He was very religious. Or, well, I don't know.
I was going to say, let me pick up here for a second, because that was one of the things that I always got the sense of is his huge building projects were part of that in trying to become acceptable to the Jewish people. It was almost like he was trying to be more Jewish than everyone else.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. He had this complex that probably had a lot to do with. I mean,
an inferiority complex, huge.
Yeah, huge. Honestly, like, Herod, in a lot of ways, was the Trump of his time.
That you're definitely onto something there, Ariel.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that.
Think about it. He colluded with or, well, technically, no. In this case, I mean, it's different.
Oh, he was buds with Mark Antony and Cleopatra.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the parallel doesn't hold up because there's not certainty whether the comparison knew whether he was getting undue support or not. But, like, Herod definitely was. Well, actually, no, because then at one point, the orange guy was also saying, Russia, if you're listening, please release Hillary's emails. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess the comparison is kind of apt, but it would be more apt if, like, Trump was literally going to Russia in order to. Okay, that I guess
it's almost sad to say here, Ariel. It's almost like, I hate to say it, but Herod was better than Trump.
You're not wrong, but
I hated to say that.
But yeah, so wait, how did we get to talking about this? I forget.
I don't know, but that's pretty far from the Yetzirah.
Oh, right. So anyway, so my theory is you do have basically this DNA marker. So it's possible that you had this one priestly family originally that they administered different cults. Like basically, because we're talking about in time in the First Temple period before there's any conflict between worshiping El and worshiping Asherah and worshiping Yahweh and worshiping Baal and worshiping like Aziz and worship. I mean, I don't know if they would have worshipped Aziz. Probably not, because it seems like it would have been Actually, no, it might be reflected in this in the text, because it mentions offering up a goat to Azazel. Not sacrificing it, but basically sending a goat off into the wilderness. So I think you could argue maybe that Aziz was at one point worshipped by the ancient Canaanites, or at least ancient Israelites, like when we're dealing with the First Temple period. But then you have, well,
actually,
I'm getting ahead of myself.
I was going to say, from what you're saying, the picture I'm sort of coming up here is one of the theories that I've seen cobbled together is the idea that the Cohens were basically exiled priests of Amun, and that they were coming and they were basically trying to instill the religion of Amun on the Canaanite people. And it's basically an adaptation of trying to get the Canaanites to follow that one, and that would explain the whole circumcision as well.
So, there might be something that supports your theory. If we're assuming that some of the characters in the Old Testament, especially in Genesis, are essentially, is it euhemerized gods?
Yeah, euhemerized is when the when the god is represented as a human.
Okay, yeah. So we're essentially dealing with Yuhamirai's gods. So in the case of Avram, what's his name mean? His name Av, father, Ram, high. His name means high father. So there's probably connections here to El.
And then
Um,
also, I'm also seeing an echo of some of that Indian tie-in with father of Ram, who is Rama.
oh yeah. Also, one of the interesting things in that line we were looking at, the line that was going, what was it? Having to do with Nimrod. Oh, it was talking about descendants of Cush. One of them was named Rama. I'm not
Interesting.
joking.
No, no, that's interesting.
So you have Rama and Shiva.
No, no, definitely. And like I said, the whole like we were saying about Job coming out of that one, and one of the
Harapan.
thought was that,
Harapan.
yeah. Well, that was
What?
one of the things that was going on is the parallels between the possibility of Harapan and
Harapan.
Haran,
Yeah.
and
And
that you have several different Harans, and they could have basically settled several different cities.
so Herod feigned kinship and priestly authority as if to purchase the symbol of covenant in the temple itself. I'm not 100% sure about that. I mean, I'm going to. This will actually. I want to go through his video, but then we're going to address this because there's references to him in the Talmud, and I'm certain that they'll answer it. Like obviously, the idea. I mean, let's just say the way he's depicted in Christianity is less than favorable, and of course, he wasn't a great guy, but he also wasn't the tyrant that he was depicted as necessarily. I mean, when you're dealing with historiography, you have to keep in mind the way that history is recorded and who's recording it. And in this case, it's mainly the church.
Yeah, well, it's what I call the difference between quote quote what really happened and history, which is what the different perspectives written about what happened. But I do have to say that I don't know if it's pronounced toe, but it's basically I do agree with the concept that Herod definitely comes across as trying to purchase his way in with all that he did in his building and everything. You're muted.
I just said I pulled down this chat so that we can address the video, but then we'll go into this. I sent Neil an invite in case he wants to join because I told him we're talking about Herod, and he's like, Herod is my wheelhouse, so I'm like, yeah, come join. I mean, he doesn't need to, but it's up
Oh
to
yeah,
him.
no, it'd be fun. We can divert into Herod, and hell, if we have to come back and pick up on chapter 5 next time, it's all good.
That's always fair. And I might actually be a bit better to do that another. I mean, on the day, I don't know. It's interesting getting like the brain juices flowing makes me not feel as miserable for whatever reason. Maybe it's just distracting me. Anyway, so let's see. Let's start here. Wait, where is it?
People in the ancient
here.
world for their belief in. As much as we like to talk about the Jews as a singular people in the ancient world for their belief in one God, that wasn't initially the case. Judaism is the product of thousands of years of gradual evolution. And
I just thought about something. And I mean, honestly, I'm going to admit, I don't think that this has any connection whatsoever. It just popped into my head when I saw early Davidic period. Do you think there's any context or any connection between Davidic and Dravidic? I don't think so, but it popped into my head.
It could be. It seems like a big stretch at the moment, though.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there is. The only reason I'm even entertaining it is because of the possible connection to Kalna.
Tacoma?
No, to Kalna.
Which is that one?
One of the cities in Assyria that might be named after the Kulani.
Okay.
The people that might have been from Harapan. Anyway, so let's look at this. So early Davidic period, 1000, circa 1000 to 760 BCE. Steady decline in power from forgotten golden age. Oh, so it's from pre-Talmudic Judaism simplified. So that's the first temple period, early Davidic period. So that's 1000 to 760 BCE. The Great Israelite Earthquake of Almos takes place in 760 BCE. Then the late Davidic period, 760 to 586 BCE. Judah's power rebounds. Prophets become a thing. Conflict becomes polytheism and exclusive worship of El. Writing of the Bible begins. So you only start to have the writing down of it when you have the centralization of El, because previously everything was passed on orally. And I mean, even after that, much tradition was passed on orally, but you had mainly the 5 books of Moses and some of the other books that were already written, that were all combined, and that's when you get the Torah. So in reality, the Torah is, I mean, I'm not saying it's not reliable for like spiritual understanding, but you can't solely base your understanding of ancient Israel and ancient Canaan off of the Torah. You have to look, like, you have to read between the lines. You have to look in, for instance, when it says she gives a girdle to the merchant, and you read it and it says Canaanite, you have to examine that. Why is she giving it to a Canaanite? I thought Canaanites are bad. And for instance, I mean, like, there's so many examples of this, and you can't just take the word of the rabbis for it. They did a great job of preserving the tradition to nowadays, but we also have other things that were preserved by God through his world. I mean, is it not a miracle to find the Dead Sea Scrolls? Is it not a miracle to find ancient lost buried cities? Like, that's a miracle by God. And like, you have a miracle by man in the preservation of the Torah, but a miracle by God is the preservation of these ancient civilizations. Obviously not like they were in ancient times, but enough to give us context to understand what the ancient biblical world looked like, what it really looked like.
No, you said that beautifully, Ariel. One of the things that I take as far as when it goes to historicity, and this is what we were talking about what actually happened versus what's written, and you didn't get much written until what they have on the chart here is the very late Davidic period, and then pretty much most of it got written down during the Babylonian captivity. So I sit here and say that's what's written. This is basically the standard narrative, the standard sort of timeline. And once we hit the Babylonian captivity, we're much more comfortable about the historicity. Before that, I'm willing to put pretty much most of it into question as far as a one-to-one correspondence, because it's like with the pluriform interpretation that we've been discussing. I can see where multiple historical figures track to one individual character in the Bible. And David is a perfect example, because I see at the minimum Sargon the Great of Akkad and Idrimi of Yamhad as being very, almost 1,000 years apart, but being very tracking towards, basically different iterations of the same character in the Bible of David. And both of those historical characters share a role in David in different ways. Like in this case, Sargon was the cupbearer of the previous king and took over for him and created really the empire. And like Idrimi, he was basically exiled. He was out in the wilderness with the Hebrews, literally, and basically did raiding, and it's very much a story similar to David and his mighty men. And it's like when I see different parts of the story of different characters, it's hard to sit there and for me to sit there and conclude that it was one person when you have multiple ones that each have a part of it. Does that make any sense to you there, Ariel?
Definitely.
Yeah, same thing with Moses, and it's like this is where it can become so muddled. Is Sargon also has that birth legend of the being born and put in the basket and being found. So it's like historical figures track to multiple biblical figures, and then the biblical figures track to different historical figures as well. So you have this weave and warp, and then you throw in the multi-level where you can interpret them as a tribe or a person or a nation. And it becomes, again, as long as you're not trying to smush it into one single timeline, it's a glorious thing to build off of. One timeline, it can become a weapon to hurt people, though. I'm going to tag to Ariel if you're ready.
So, so let's see. So we have so right around the time that you have the exclusive worship of El, or like Eliah, you have the Babylonian captivity. And so interestingly, Graham pointed out something, and it's not like this is not something you should have known. I did not know this until I started studying this in depth, largely because of my interest in the cannabism, which is basically the Israelite reference to cannabis, which I'm starting to think is actually the fifth the way it's represented in the 5th century writing of the Torah. I actually suspect that it's spelled kanet, like with a hey, because of a honestly, I'm not even sure, because there's a more likely etymology from kanab, which means to trim or to prune, as opposed to kanet, which is a cane or a reed. And I mean, yeah, cannabis grows straight up, but it's also not technically one, which is one of the reasons some botanists or biblical scholars refuse to accept that cannabis is cannabism. But I mean, it's without doubt. We know it based off of. We know it based off of the etymological work of numerological, not numerological, a number of rabbis, as well as Sula Bennett in the 1930s, before cannabis became taboo. Anyway, so Babylonian captivity.
Before you go there, I wanted to get this to you because I don't know if you noticed it from when you were on the talk. There is what you and Neil were talking about with the balls and the bleeding. It came across so strongly to me as harvesting trees a la frankincense, where you cut the trees open, sort of maple syrup like. You cut the trees open, a few days later it forms those balls, you harvest it that way. That was what I was sort of grokking out of what you guys were saying. I could be totally off base. Wanted to say that on this ridiculous tangent. Let's get back to the Babylonian captivity.
No worries. So Tio said Hellenist myth, Orpheus and David. Yeah, definite connections there. Neil's been big on finding that, and especially, I mean, number of things. The fact that that their lover dies in battle, tragically. Not Euripides. Well, she dies tragically as well, but I think he had a male lover, didn't he?
Oh, what did Neil? I was going to say. Eurydice, probably since he was Greek. I was going to say, what did Neil think of my analogy between David and Jonathan and Alexander and Ephesian?
I mean, I don't know specifically what he said, like in regards to you, but I think like he definitely thinks he thinks it's solid.
Okay. No. I was just curious on the analogy.
Yeah. So and then Tio said cannabis at Arad. So yeah, this is one of the things we know, that frankincense was one of the most important incenses to the Israelites, and so was cannabis. And everyone's like, "Oh well, I'm going to sit here, with my blank up my what, and I'm just going to pretend like there's no way that we can know what cannabosum is." I'm mainly talking about scholars. I haven't actually engaged that much with religious Jews. Well, I guess technically other religious Jews, because even though I'm not becoming Orthodox, I am becoming religious. So it's interesting to even say that now. But basically, in engagement with Orthodox, well, yeah, mainly Orthodox Jews, because I feel like this is something that basically everything but the most kind of conservative, or like what's the word, kind of like where you have the isolation from the rest of the world, so you're just like within your own community. Other than them, I can't see anyone who would have an issue with it. But like, we have straight up evidence here, and this, I mean, part of the problem is they could be like, well, this wasn't a shrine to God, even though they found an inscription to God there. It wasn't a proper temple, or it wasn't a proper shrine, and it was covered up for a reason.
Yeah, no.
Honestly,
What you're dealing with is you're dealing with older people with taboos that you just cannot relate to, and you don't have. And that's where we talked about that saying about how scholarship often can progress with the death of one academic at a time.
I do want to clarify. I don't actually know for a fact, what because there are actually. Let me see if I can find this, because this is a perfect example to show you how no group is a monolith. I mean, obviously you know that, but
Oh yeah,
just
no, you hear me saying that all the time, where it's that 10 worst percent that forms and tars the stereotype that the whole group has to have, the anchor that the whole group suffers under.
let's see.
I was going to say, when you're talking about cannabis in the ancient world, Ed Dodge is your go-to guy.
Oh, I forget if I've heard of him before.
I don't know if Neil's had him on. I know that definitely Derek has. And I know Miguel has as well.
Let's see. Here I'm trying to find. Here I might have to find on Twitter. 1 second.
No worries.
Here, just still there in the meantime.
Yeah, no. It's one of those where I don't know what happened during that whole first temple period. It's a question of, is it how legendary is it? How much it happened there? And it's like for the character of Solomon, there's a lot of different individuals that I see could be correlates for Solomon in the historical record. Obviously, the Omri dynasty is a good one. Shalmaneser is one that a lot of people point to. It's a question of just how much of that is sort of that legend myth, and how much of it is 100% corresponding to historical, actual, as I call it, things as they actually happened, what actually happened.
Oh no. So I'm going to show you something that's going to make us very happy and very sad at the same time. Just like the story of the little boy from the house of Eftinas who was crying and laughing at the same time. And when the elder asked him, "Why are you crying, my son?" he said, "Because my was it because the Male Ashan, like the smoke raising herb in the incense, that my house was responsible for making is lost, or and so so the elder asks him, well, then why are you laughing? And so the youth answers, I'm laughing because my house will have the glory of restoring the Ketoret when the Messiah comes. um for we hold on to the secret. And so, like, it's interesting because the house of Evtinus doesn't exist anymore. And so basically the understanding is that they kept the secret, even from like the rabbis and from the scholars, so much so that it got lost. And the understanding is that when the Messiah comes, that they'll bring it back. And I mean, I'm sorry, this is not one of those things where it's like, and it was lost to time forever. Like, it's right in front of us. And it just happens to be that the Septuagint, which probably was what a majority of Jews during the time of Jesus were or would have been like. Actually, I forget when it was commissioned, but the point is, like, Hellenistic Jew. Yeah, I think it would have been the Hellenistic.
Talmud was formalized under the Septuagint was Ptolemy II, which was basically, call it 290 BC.
Yeah, so during the time of Jesus, most Jews would have not spoken Aramaic. The only ones who would have done that would have been the priests and the rabbis and the scholars. So what's interesting about this is, wait, how did we get here again?
We got here. We're discussing basically the evolution of Judaism.
Oh, right, got it. So basically, so the understanding is that there were certain things that were hidden in order to protect the secrets, to protect the mysteries. I mean, this is something that's common in Christianity, but all of a sudden, why is it so mysterious that it would happen in Judaism? So people who just take it on face value that cannibalism is calamus, I'm sorry, but if you're a scholar who does that, you're really not thinking critically. Like, it's so clear. There's archaeobotanical evidence for it. There's archaeolinguistic evidence for it. There's I mean, there's also like what's the word? There's modern day anecdotes of people experiencing similar. I mean, like for instance, even with me, I had absolutely no freaking interest in spirituality or even in Jewish religion until I started using cannabis. I'm going to be completely honest. Like, I think that it's important that people break the stigma, especially within the religious world. Like, I would not be religious in the freaking slightest if it was not for cannabis. And I don't know. I think there's something really important to that. Like,
Well,
and so many people
I
ignore
agree with
that.
you, Ariel. That's something that I've mentioned. I know we haven't talked to it, but I've talked to it with other people. Is there the humans have a cannabinoid system? There's a whole, there's a whole endocrine system that's designed around cannabinoids. Why would that exist if cannabinoids weren't some significant part of humans' past consumption? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like God makes mistakes or something, does he? Or do they?
Well, I wouldn't think an omnipotent God would. If you're talking paganism, yeah, some of those myths I can definitely see those gods making some mistakes.
Okay, that's fair. But
But
anyways, so
I was going to say, getting to this and what you were talking about, it hit me on something, and that is you could have been doing a major difference, because when you're talking about most of the Jews, with the Septuagint versus Aramaic, it hit me that once the Septuagint came out, you probably had your traditional Jews within, within Cana, with Jerusalem and more of the central area, that did speak Aramaic. But once you had the Septuagint, that became basically the go-to scripture for more of the diaspora Jews, for pre-diaspora Jews, that were the merchants in the cities across the Roman Empire, and basically in the Hellenic area before that. Where if you were in the Greek world, that probably you probably took the Septuagint with you, as well as if you still had the old Aramaic stuff.
so and
Since you were more Greek there, it became more natural for them to go with the Greek if they were outside of more of that central Levant area. That
see
resonate with you at all?
definitely that's one of the things I've been really wondering about. Like, because in I mean, I actually have a professor who knows a lot about like Jewish trade in the context of like shipping. Like I think he does a lot of work primarily on Jews within the Caribbean. So a lot of that also intersects with the slave trade. Again, like, Jews were not disproportionately involved in the slave trade relative to any other. Well, I guess in this case, Europeans. But the point being, though, is that when you have mainly the Radonites the Radonites, and you've brought this up many times, Graham, the Radonites, it seems that they took over the sea trade routes of the Phoenicians. Would you say that's correct?
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't sit there and say we couldn't come up with a name for the group in between, because technically I want to say the Rodenites are more of a AD sort of setup, and you have
Oh, 100%.
you're going to have some group in between them and the Phoenicians, because the Phoenicians sort of fell around what is it, about 100 BC, with not too long after Carthage, it totally collapsed. So
True.
you got probably about 500 years there that I don't know if we have a technical name there, but it's the same sort of group where it's like we call them one thing at one point. It's that whole map versus territory. The names are part of the map. The people are the territory. It's the same people regardless of what we call them, just different points in time.
True. So Tio said cannabis was part of the Holy of Holies hot box effect. The high priest vaporizes resin on hot coal. So it wouldn't have actually been resin. I mean, it's unlikely that they would have been using hash for this, or any sort of resin beast. Keep in mind, what we think about today is largely stuff that is, available as a result of industrial level extractions, which were not available in the ancient world. And I mean, maybe they were, but
I was going to sit there and say that whole Murex shell thing sort of argues against industrial production of valuable stuff. And I could definitely see, again, if we're talking anointing oils, where there's a strong tradition of you soak, say, just the, soak the buds in the in the oils, and I could definitely see them having some recipe to work up an oil along that front, which would do a resin effect like Tio is talking about over a hot coals.
well, so what was sprinkled onto? Well, I guess technically, yes. I'm only thinking of not resin in the context of cannabis. So in the context of like resinoids, like frankincense and myrrh, then yeah, you're dealing with certain resins. But I was just thinking of that in the context of cannabis. But you definitely, so you had the Katoret, and there was part of this ritual. I actually used it in one of the preparations of my like alchemical mixtures, and was it patach? Wait, what was it? Shoot, I'm going to look this up real quick. I'm not going to share it because it's just really quick, but it's let's see, grind it fine. Shoot, wait, hold on. Grind it. Dang it! It keeps. 1 second, I need to move my mouse. All right, grind it fine. Okay. Let's see. Is it here? Okay, I think I found it. Oh, I got it. I remembered it. So it's hadak hayitav hayitav hadak. Hadak hayitav hayitav hadak. Hadak hayitav hayitav hadak. It means grind it good, good, grind it. Grind it good, good, grind it. Grind it good, good, grind it. And I'm telling you, I was chanting this when I was grinding it, and you get lost in it. You don't even realize, and you start with a bunch of chunks, and you end up with nothing but dust. It's like that's truly an example of like magical words, and a big part of it is just because it's repetition.
No, it's a mantric sort of thing too. It definitely puts you how I explain that is once part of your mind gets into that rhythmic routine, it frees up other parts to basically explore in different directions. And that's where, as you're sitting there and crunching it and all of that one, it's sort of, it becomes a routine and autonomic thing. And it can become a liberating for the rest of you. It's like while you have some wrapped up into a routine, the rest of you can go busy doing something else. But yeah, going back here, this definitely makes some of the various sort of different waves of Judaism kind of make sense. Where it's like you had one that came on after the Babylonian captivities when Cyrus sent Zerubbabel and company back, and then you had Alexander come through and take out Persia, and then you had the Septuagint start, and it looks like you had basically one formalization after the Babylonian captivity. You had another with the Septuagint there. And my question is, how does Deuteronomy, and then you had a priestly redactor. My guess is Deuteronomy was probably right about that great Israelite earthquake. That probably tracks well. And then the priestly redaction would have been during the Babylonian captivity when they pulled everything together. Just sort of talking off the top of my head. And any of this make any sense to you, Ariel?
Mm-hmm. Let me just finish this code.
Yeah.
So let's just continue with so yeah, you have Persian Empire, 539 to 332 BC. Jewish leaders freed Temple rebuilt by Cyrus gives permission. Jewish community spreads, most of the Bible written. Then Hellenistic Judaism, Alexander 332 to 167 BC. Alexander the Great happens. Judaism gets Greekified. Education and theater take off. Most Jews now live outside Judea. Then Hasmoneans, 167 to 63 BC. Second Temple Kingdom. Parliamentary monarchy. Rabbis overtake priests in religious importance, and short-lived empire. Herod the Great, 63 BCE to 6 CE. Roman puppet state, Moors, autocratic, loses legitimacy. Son sells country to Romans to marry Greek princess. Okay, never mind. He was really corrupt. I forgot about that part.
Oh, Herod? He did all sorts of awful stuff.
Oh yeah, and then his kids were also just as bad.
Yeah, no, one of the things I sat here and picked up on as you were talking about there, the Hasmoneans, they were one of many sort of Jewish kingdoms that arose as the Seleucid Empire collapsed. Because that's where the Nabatean kingdom came from, a bunch of them up in Turkey and Armenia. It's like, because what happened is you had during the Persian Empire, you still had a lot of the Jewish traders, and they would have daughters that would marry into the leading families and the royal families and all. And as the Seleucid Empire collapsed, it left the leading families to take over, and quite often they were many of the leading families at the time, so they often ended up with a Jewish or Jewish-related royal family for the kingdom that took over as the Seleucid Empire collapsed.
So that's how you end up with Roman emperors who, or like Roman basically people who have claims, for instance, to the line of David, despite not being considered fully Jewish by the other Jews.
Right, like Osrine and Comagny and a bunch of those, the whole Pontus, Mithridates, a lot of those, like I said, as the Seleucids collapsed, it left, probably left a lot of the families in charge either were Jewish or very, very Jewish tied.
Let's see, shoot, where did I have it? Sorry, 1 second. I guess I need. Wait. Shoot. I literally just had it pulled up, and I do not remember where it went. And I'm just going to have to look for it again. Okay, so. Oh, wait, here. It might be here. No, I'm just going to type it in again. So, let's see.
Cannabis and a lot of the psychoactives in the ancient world, that's still one of the leading candidates for part of the ingredients into soma is cannabis.
The soma and the heoma.
Yeah.
So here. So remember how I said I'm going to say something that's going to make you happy and sad? So this guy, leading ultra-Orthodox authority, blows away the haze, plants seed for marijuana use over the Festival of Freedom. This was back in April of 2016. He passed away during the coronavirus, but this man, he's a true chassid, this person, I don't know fully what I believe about heaven, but if there is a heaven, he better be up there, because
he's ended up
yeah, tzaddik. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word, but yeah, so he actually ended up dying of coronavirus because of the just mass lack of precautions taken by. And I'm going to be honest, it's not something that people who shame the ultra-Orthodox community for not taking coronavirus seriously, they need to look themselves in the mirror and ask if they're taking it seriously now. Because if they aren't, they have no place to freaking judge. That being said, everyone should really start taking it seriously, because at the end of the day, it literally says in the freaking Bible, in Exodus, I forget, it might not be Exodus, but there's a part where it says, if you're afflicted with tsaras, and see, this is the issue. People take it literally as not epilepsy, sorry, as leprosy. But the problem is leprosy isn't something that's still around today. So how are we, like, for instance, there's this understanding that everything in the Torah has meaning, even if the things seem like they're gone. And so what do you interpret that? If you're afflicted with SARS, you're supposed to cover the lower half of your face, and whenever someone approaches you, you shout, unclean, unclean. Like, I'm sorry, people who, refuse to acknowledge that disease is a thing even in the Bible, and that Hashem is going to protect them from disease if they don't protect themselves. This is something that me and Neil were talking about, how there was like this one drunkard youth who would always go to the temple of Asclepius. This is like in the context of Apollonius of Tyana, but basically he goes to the temple of Asclepius, and he's praying for healing, and he's drunk all the time, and he has dropsy, which I think is basically like drunkardness or like something associated with over drinking.
It's more of like narcolepsy or something like that, perhaps. I don't know.
Anyway, so then he goes to Apollonius of Tyana, and he asks him, Apollonius, why won't Asclepius heal me? I go to him all the time, and he refuses to bless me with healing. And so Apollonius says, shoot, I could actually, I can look through it real quick, because he sent me a picture with this. Let me see. So, but it was something about like basically that. Yeah, I'm just going to have to look it up. Okay. Let's see.
I was going to say one response that would be appropriate. He does heal you. You just keep re-injuring yourself.
Yeah, that's kind of connected to it. So, okay, here, wait, it's further down. Okay, here, I found it. So, okay, I got it. So, life of Apollonius. In a dream, the youth grumbled at this, and there came upon the god standing over him, said, if you were to consult Apollonius, you would be easier. He therefore went to Apollonius and said, what is there in your wisdom that I can profit by? What can I get from you? How can I take advantage of you? For Asclepius bids me consult you. And he replied, I can advise you of what, under the circumstances, will be most valuable to you. For I suppose you want to get well. Yes, by Zeus, answered the other. I want the health which Asclepius promises, but never gives. Hush, said the other, for he gives to those who desire it. But you do things that irritate and aggravate your disease. For you give yourself up to luxury, and you accumulate heavy meals upon your waterlogged and worn-out stomach, and as it were, choke water with a flood of mud. This was a clearer response, in my opinion, than Heraclitus in his wisdom gave. For he said, when he was visited by the affection, that what he needed was someone to substitute a draught for his rainy weather. A very unintelligible remark, it appears to me, and by no means clear. But the sage restored the youth to health by a clear interpretation of the wise saw. Now it is well that I should not pass over. Wait, what's this from? Oh yeah, now is not well that I should pass over in my narrative the life led in the temple by my hero, who was held in high esteem even by the gods. For an Assyrian stripling came to Asclepius. Okay, so this is the first part. I read it in back order. Assyrian stripling came to Asclepius, and though he was sick, yet he lived the life of luxury, and being continually drunk, I will not say he lived, rather he was ever dying. He suffered then from dropsy, and finding his pleasure in drunkenness, took no care to dry up his malady. On this account, then, Asclepius took no care of him, and did not visit him even in a dream. Okay, so here, I just want to address some of the other comments first. So Snappy says, psychedelic research has shown time and time again that many people come out of these experiences believing in the supernatural. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I do think there's an issue when people get indoctrinated into it, but like when you have like just, natural like unfolding of people, like of people's lives, like that's a completely other story.
Yeah, what they were talking about map and territory is that there's a supernatural you're definitely exposed to. Just what labels to put onto it, that's when you get into cult problems.
Yeah, so frankincense, myrrh, cannabis, all processed oil. The outer temple incense is burned. Within veil, no fire, only vaporization, and produce the cloud effect. Ritual sauna. Definitely, yeah. Competition between Sons of Solomon versus Sons of... What? Do you mean Sons of Saul
versus wait. So, this doesn't make sense. Between Sons of Solomon versus Sons of David. Wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't.
Not some of this could be echoing some of what I was talking about with that multiple people sort of thing, because one aspect here is one of the historical characters aligned with Solomon is Shalmaneser III, who was known for basically taking the northern tribes away, and that could be some of what he's referring to a little bit here.
Wait, so Shalmaneser, that's an interesting name. I'll bet you that. Let's see, Shalmaneser. Shalem Ezer. Shalem Atzar? What's this name mean?
Don't know.
No, I'm looking it up.
Okay.
So, let's see. Yeah, the god Shulmanu is preeminent, or Asar is like. Okay, Sulmanu As. Yeah, I think you're probably right. There seems to be some connection here. So, let's see. His long reign was a constant series of campaigns across the eastern tribes, the Babylonians, and nations of Mesopotamia and Syria, as well as the Kizuadna and Urartu. His armies penetrated to Lake Van and the Taurus Mountains. The Neo-Hittites of Karshemish were compelled to pay tribute, and the kingdoms of Hamat and Aram Damascus were subdued. It is the annals of Shaman. Yeah, dude, I think.
And that would echo consistently with some of my identification of David with Idrimi, with Yamad being up in that sort of northern Syria area.
So anyway, so let's see. So right, the shoot, where was it? I don't remember where I pulled it up. Shoot, come on, I can't believe okay, wait. Shoot. Wait, unless it's one of I think I lost it again. This is ridiculous. Oh, I know. I found it. Okay, here. So, anyway, so this guy, bless his heart, when he was dying, he told people, take this seriously. Because a lot of people weren't believing that it was real. And so rather than just, dying in peace, he let people know that it was real and to take care of themselves.
Yeah, no, it's as we've talked about it's real. My contention is fear is the biggest contributing factor. It's like an exponential contributor. It's like the more you fear it, the worse it's going to get for you.
Well, I don't think that's the case, because look at all the people getting sick and they're not fearing it at all.
Well, I didn't say that you're not going to get sick if you don't fear it.
No, but I'm talking about the people that get like really sick or die, and they weren't afraid at all of it.
Oh, it's definitely going to happen to some. This is like a probability kind of thing. It like shifts the disease track curve. It's like the more you fear it, the more likely it is you're going to have a worse track of the disease.
I mean, to be fair, that's the case with anything, even just regular day life, because stress causes your immune system to not work at its full function.
100% agree. One of the big differences here is you don't have a 24/7, 365 reportage and news thing telling you to fear all of that other stuff. You do have some of that going on with COVID.
No,
and that's why.
Not anymore. I'm going to push back hard against that.
Well, no, that if it's not happening anymore, that's great, because I had to check out of the news and everything because it was too oppressive on me with my autism condition.
No, but what I'm trying to say with that is that people are like very few people, except people who have already been seriously harmed by this virus or have had their loved ones harmed or killed by it. At the end of the day, no one is afraid of this. I'm telling you, in my everyday life going about, I basically can't be around people anymore because no one's taking this seriously. And it's just like, I haven't been around anyone, and I recently just caught like a cold again. And it's possible it's just the pollution that's in the air, but like the point is that I'm not able to fight off stuff like I used to. And
some of that is because of how the immune system works, where it's designed for you to exchange small, more innocuous viruses with the environment all the time, and that's where you build up your antibodies.
Yep.
And
The,
and and isolating yourself from that one, you're going to have a negative impact on your immune system, and that could have an effect on what your ability to fight off other diseases.
no, dude, listen. Everyone around me is sick. Like I'm not isolating myself like from everything. I'm isolating myself from people who are sick. And that's a
As you
normal.
should, as you should. No, it's one of those where one of the things I always appreciate is when I see sick people wearing masks, because those are exactly the people who should be wearing the masks. Keep those germs inside the mask to you.
Anyway, like I guess my point is that yeah, fear is going to impact the immune system, but that's just with everything. But the only thing is that if that were the case, you would see cases going down. Like if it was something more to it, you'd see cases and deaths going down, but they aren't. They're going up. Yet there's no one reporting on it except for like independent journalists and people on Twitter who are like trying to sound the alarm to no avail.
My problem with that one is how to find reliable data to actually decide one way or the other. And it's easy to cherry pick data. It's one of those, I haven't looked at it in a while, so I'm not going to weigh in one way or another. It's like, if people are sick, they should wear the mask or stay home.
Like, trust me, like now there's more variants than that what was it it's like it's probably now worse than it was in the beginning, and a big part of that is because now there's so many variants that yeah, some of them aren't that bad, and so it's like literally in the beginning it was Russian roulette, but now it's really Russian roulette, except it's Russian roulette with firecrackers and TNT and empty duds, but at the end of the day you never know what you're going to get. And the thing is that people aren't being told the full truth by the government and health institutions, and it's like literally the director of the CDC. Like, we'll probably end up with this topic after that, but the director of the CDC literally said that there's no way they can contain COVID anymore, and yet they're still not trying to do anything about it. Like they say they can't do anything, yet they don't even try.
No, I'll finish up with my last one with, I 100% agree with you. Nobody out there is telling any sort of truth. They're all basically telling partial truths, and it leaves everybody confused about the situation.
Yeah. Anyway, so here's
no, actually I did have a last one. One referred to back to that rabbi. Is one of the things that they would also say is, while they do take COVID seriously, they take God more seriously, and they're following the proper provisions of take care of yourself. If you're sick, do the right things, but still put your faith into God. And
no, you don't understand. Like during the height of the pandemic, there were massive gatherings. Like and I mean, again, it's no different than anything happening now with the entire population. So anyone who's going to try and apply a double standard to them should honestly go screw off to hell. But
well, I always use Iceland as my example, because Iceland isolated itself immediately. They didn't shut down the country. They limited gatherings to 200 people. So it's like all the shopping, the economy never suffered too much.
Or look at Japan.
Yeah, it's a matter of, if you handle it properly, if everybody's on the same page and everybody's telling the truth. The problem is, not all these people are telling the truth. You have all sorts of different agendas, and it's just a jumbled mess that, it didn't need to happen, but it does, and we just have to untangle the mess at this point.
Ultimately, what we can say is that the reason things got so bad, especially in America, was because some Americans are greedy, some Americans are dumb, and some Americans just don't care about their own health.
Yep. Nope. That hits probably the three major groups that contributed. I 100% agree, Ariel.
I still find it hilarious how there's people who are like, oh, but only people with, pre-existing conditions have to worry. It's like, Gary, you're overweight, you smoke, and you drink a liter of vodka a day. Like, you think you're healthy? Obviously that's a abductio ad absurdum, but Also, I don't know why I used the name Gary. That was the name of my grandfather. Like, I actually feel really bad for saying that now, because nothing to do with him. But anyway, so the point though is that, like, I think it's something like 40% or more of the U.S. population is obese. Like, at the end of the day, it's just people are really blind to not only what's right in front of them, but also just to what's inside of them in a lot of cases.
Well, that's where you're talking about where my multiple levels of truth, where, as I sat there and said, chocolate tasting good is an emotional truth. So more chocolate is better on an emotional level. That's where you have to, your spiritual level and intellectual level has to sit there and say, if I eat a gallon of chocolate ice cream every night, I'm going to be obese. And that's where you need to get your multiple levels of truths into alignment, or if they conflict, get them into the right sequence where you don't end up with problems down the line. Or at least I'm ranting again, Ariel. Sorry.
Right. So this is Rabbi Chaim Kanievsky.
הריח הזה הוא מרפא, משקם.
זה ריח מרפא.
Weil die Kranke, das Eitzeois.
אמרת, ברור את ממויצרי.
אבל, ברוך אתה אדוני, אלוהינו מלך העולם, בורא מיני צומים.
אמן.
That, oh my God, that gave me chills.
I was going to say, also, cannabis is one of the possible interpretations in Book of Enoch as well.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, when he goes to see, there are fields, there are flowing fields. And cannabis is one of the interpretations for what was growing in those fields.
Okay, here, I think I found the other video. It's actually the video I was originally looking for. Let me see if I can find a better one. If not, we'll watch the one. Let's see. But yeah, so I mean, like, there's an acceptance of it as
the rise of the menorah bong.
Oh, wait, where did you?
That was on the previous page. It was the second from the bottom on the previous page. Go back.
Oh, interesting. Wait, what's this? Here, open link in new tab. Jewish home. Wait, what? Oh, this is interesting. About Jewish home minister of Knesset to be got high recently. This was back in 2014. Wait, let's see. Rise of the menorah.
There it is. Menorah bong.
Interesting. So here, let's check this out first. So, was Moses tripping when he saw the burning? Let's see. Wait, where is it? I just saw. Okay. New York. Spiritual leader Ram Dass was born Richard Alpert, a nice Jewish boy from Boston. But in 1963, the former psychology professor was expelled from Harvard along with his colleague Timothy Leary for experimenting too liberally with psychedelics. He says, however, that through psychedelics he has found God. Another mention of, what... Hey, Mateus. But yeah, this is exactly what Snappy was saying. So, he says, however, that through psychedelics he has found God. Dass recounts to the Times of Israel a particular acid trip he took exploring his Jewish roots. I remember taking LSD with Zalman, and his talit was wrapped around us. Oh, wow. Ram Dass says of tripping with the late Rabbi Zalman Schechter Shalomi, father of the Jewish renewal movement. We were suddenly in the place where Judaism and drugs were here as one. While psychedelics and Judaism seemingly lack any connection to the Jewish predilection for integrating the surrounding world into the Jewish fold, think Yiddish borscht and singing Adon Olam to a Prussian marching tune apparently also applies to getting high. Let's see, where is this the... Right here, I think this is it.
מגיע אליי בחור, והוא עוסק בעתיקות.
Wait,
והבחור
is this a...
אומר לי, והאמת היא, אני אשמח לשמוע איפה האבן התנ"ך.
The first of the two items, known as the Yehoash inscription, is an ancient Hebrew tablet made of a heavy dark stone. Not only does it mention King Yehoash from the Bible.
This would be something interesting. Let's see, where's the video from here? It said there was a video. Oh, here.
I was interested in seeing if I could determine a biological.
So there's also this interesting acronym that, I mean, it's not like a secret, like, oh, we're actually doing it. So there's this one joke. It's like, let's do LSD. Let's start davening, and davening is like praying. And then there's let's do pot, putting on tefillin.
Well, I was going to say, it's long been recognized that there's huge parallels between the religious experience and the psychedelic experience. And there's, through yoga and things like that, there are ways to induce the psychedelic experience other than through drugs. And that's part of where they, in the West, the whole church liturgy and all that is designed to evoke some of that, taking the individual to a higher level. And that's why they always try to invoke a different part of the senses in all of the liturgy. You had to invoke, sight, smell, scent, and you get to communion with taste.
One might even call it a higher love. Oh God, why did I do that? It's too late. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's funny. I liked it. It fit.
Anyway, so yeah, let's watch this.
Basis of mystical states. That was probably how things started.
Oh, that's funny. We lost someone after I did that. So yeah, not going to do that in the future. On the off chance that's why they left.
And I was quite impressed with some of the commonalities that seem to occur between spontaneously occurring mystical states, such as those that occurred with meditation and with spiritual practices, and even those described from life experiences. Quite a few of those descriptions seem quite comparable to descriptions of people on large doses of psychedelic drugs. And so I started to think about the possibility of some kind of compound in the brain with psychedelic properties that could be underlying some of these spontaneous experiences. I began becoming interested in the pineal gland as a possible source of some kind of psychedelic chemical in the brain. It's an extremely mysterious organ. It's quite small. There seemed to be, some kind of a kind of visual correspondence with light and with color in the pineal. And also it has quite a long history in the context of the mystical literature. It's been described as the third eye and as the crown chakra, those kinds of things. And it's spoken of as being activated when people attain quite high mystical states. And so one of the interesting aspects of pineal development also is that it appears in the human embryo at around 49 days of gestation. And 49 days is also the time that the Tibetans believe is required for one soul to incarnate onto the next.
Interesting. It's also the year of the Jubilee. The 7 Sabbaths, or the seven Sabbaths of years.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have picked up on the Jubilee reference, but makes sense.
Pretty interesting, coincidence. At the time of the differentiation of the fetus into either male or female.
So I do want to address this. So I was going to wait until after, but because Snappy addressed it, I'll just read off their response. So Gio says, how about Rastafarian angle as Africans with claim to Jewish dynasty? So it's not so much that they're, and so I'll just read Snappy's first. So they also say it's hilarious. I'm guessing the higher love shit. I don't know. For most Rasta, it's not a literal Jewish identity. They interpret or reinterpret the Bible to be about their story. The Jewish become African slaves. It's nuanced, mystical. And yeah, that's what I was going to say. Basically, you have this idea that, and I mean, there is this tradition that they think that Haile Selassie, well, the
tradition was Haile Selassie was the descendant of Menelik, wasn't it?
Yeah, but no, that's not what I was saying. So I feel so stupid. So
well, I was going to say, as far as that goes, one aspect of it is the Rastas worship Yah as opposed to Yahweh.
I mean, to be fair, I think isn't it kind of a semantic?
I don't know, because the earliest inscriptions were to Yah as opposed to Yahweh.
Oh,
I'm just
interesting.
I'm just noting correlation of fact. I'm not necessarily
Eh,
drawing meaning from it.
Anyway, so what I was saying, what stunned me is, so you know how he's referred to as Haile Selassie?
Yeah.
So it's because he was Haile Selassie the first, and so they just read it as Haile Selassie I. I don't know how I never understood that before.
Gotcha.
Anyway, so the tradition is that he is Jah with a hard J. It's a part of mystical language called overstanding. So Jah. But anyway, so what were we saying? Oh yeah, that shoot. What
You
were we
were
saying?
talking about Haile Selassie.
Oh yeah, so he the tradition is that he's descended from Menelik, and that Menelik was the son of Solomon, and so basically, it's not saying that all Ethiopians or even that all Africans are descended from them, but that is where you get the tradition that warps into Pan African Israelism. So it's kind of similar to, I think, like Pan European Israelism originated in British Israelism. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's the overstanding. The eye is symbolic of the divine individual in all of us. That's really interesting.
Is there any place that doesn't have an Israelism, Ariel?
Uh, maybe and maybe. Honestly,
I mean, I'll give the
I got
penguins
it.
a
I got
break.
it. I
The
got it. I
penguins
got
get a break. Penguins get a break.
it. Papua New Guinea.
Okay, I can buy that. It just seems like every time I'm hearing of a new one, and it's like, gee. Again, maybe that's not the wrong response, but Jesus.
Female, that also occurs at that 49-day period. And so I was struck with this interesting kind of temporal, correspondence. And so as time went on, I started, looking into some of the chemistry of the pineal gland. And it seemed as if it was capable of making a compound called DMT. DMT stands for dimethyltryptamine. It's like a chemical cousin of serotonin. And it's quite a profound hallucinogenic type of chemical. It seemed as if the pineal contained all of the precursors and all the enzymes and all of the building blocks that would be required to make DMT. So I started speculating about perhaps there was DMT released in the pineal gland and stimulating the brain under extraordinary states, either through spontaneous mystical states, the time of death, or at times close to death. And also I started speculating that perhaps it was stimulated at the time of birth as well. The pineal gland is extremely well protected from stress, but you can stress the pineal gland if the stress is great enough. Pineal's protective mechanism can be overridden. And so obviously the most stressful time in a person's life is at the time of death. The stress hormones like adrenaline and endorphins are at extraordinarily high levels at the time of death. And so that could, possibly stimulate the formation and the release of DMT from the pineal gland at that time. And so you can, conceive of an individual's consciousness at the time of death being exposed to this big flash of DMT. So the last thing that one is conscious of in the body is the release of this huge amount of this incredible psychedelic compound.
So,
No, I was going to say, go ahead, Ariel.
oh yeah, so one thing that this brings up to my mind, I'm going to couch my words carefully, so hopefully I don't get struck or, whatever. But basically, one of the great ironies is that, the whole theory that those people on the internet who are convinced that there's, a secret group that's in charge of everything and they think that they're drinking a certain substance or whatever, like, it's complete idiocy because the substance that they think it is like, has no effect at all. Whereas it seems like really what they're secretly referring to might even be DMT, and they're trying to imply that there's people who, get that DMT from humans, which is completely. I mean, like, yeah, there's some real sickos out there, but like, to say like that's just insane because it's literally available every fucking where. Like you can find it in almost I think every continent. It's abundant in a lot of grass species. It's abundant in a lot of acacia species. It's abundant in a lot of animals. Like it's abundant in all life. Like it's probably connected to this whole context of Kohan Shema Hallelujah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. All Kohan Shema, all that breathes, Hallelujah, praise it. Hallelujah, yeah. They praise Yah, Hallelujah, Hallelujah. Oh, and there's also the Yah again, where because so the reason why there might be so Yah like Yod Hey Vav Hey is commonly shortened to Yah, um but yeah, I don't know. I just thought that's interesting because like at the end of the day, like they're basically just taking the worst images they can think of from stuff like the image of Saturn eating his own children and trying to superimpose that onto some evil, scary group that doesn't actually exist in order to scare people out of, like basically thinking for themselves. But anyways, I do want to get back to the topic though. So
Yeah, no, I was just going to comment on the whole DMT thing. Is there are spiritual practices that you can induce the pineal gland to produce DMT?
like breathing.
Well, breathing's one of them. There are different sorts of ones. It's basically there's an additional couple chakras above the standard 7 that you can activate with different spiritual practices that it produces the DMT, which is basically Amrita.
Here, keep talking. I'll be right back. I just need to.
Okay. Yeah, no, because DMT, the best analogy I have for it is basically Amrita from the ancient texts, and that's the whole immortality. And there's a couple of level of chakras above, and that taps into the Bindu chakra. But getting back to the topic at hand when we're going into the history here. Now, and interesting there, as I sat there and said, the Persian captivity, the Babylonian captivity, that's where we start having the really solid records from there on out with the Cyrus cylinder. Before that, it's trying to piece together stuff. And as I sat there and said, I find too often, I'll find really, really strong correlations between 2 or 3 different historical figures and one single biblical figure, and vice versa. And that's kind of, I'm settling into like I said, a pluriform interpretation along those lines, sort of a multi-layered one. And it's what is ending up making the most sense to me. Somebody has a better one. Always open to better ideas. You ready for a tag, Ariel?
Sure, yeah. So my tincture is finally evaporated. So
very cool.
Yep. Smells really nice. So with this, so I combined a bunch of different herbs, basically trying to emulate part of the Ketoret, and then I did an extraction of it. So yeah, it's like mainly frankincense, myrrh, what is it? Styrax. Oh yeah, you know it, Snappy. So yeah, Hayavin Yavin. Those who know. But anyway, let's get back to the topic at hand. So let's see. Yeah. Oh yeah. And now we have Romans 4 CE to 634 CE. Rebellions frequent, messianic claimants frequent, Christianity frequent. Sorry, Christianity emerges, temple destroyed again, many Jews enslaved in Europe. So this is actually the way how a lot of Jews got to Italy. Well, not all of them. There was already a good Jewish population in Rome, but a lot of them were also enslaved as well.
Who was it? One of the emperors kicked all the Jews out of Rome. I remember that one in the 1st century. I was going to say most of what they're talking about there with all the rebellions and all, that's more in the, that was pretty much over by about 200 AD. From everything I've read.
Interesting. So
let's
At
see.
that point,
So,
at that point they had Christians they could persecute instead.
all right, so let's see. What was this? Oh yeah, so Talmud rabbis dominate religion. Anyway, so let's continue. So
The version practiced in the early Davidic period would not only be unrecognizable to religious Jews today, but actively heretical. I mentioned in the last.
this is what I've been saying. Like, you cannot, like, if you think that the past was heretical, maybe you're the ones who are heretical. Like, you who think that you who think that it's so, you know, horrible to do certain things that have no actual, you know, like moral, like, evil to it. That's just something that some you know, basically bureaucrats in the 5th century BCE decided, hey, we're not going to let people worship in their own towns anymore. They have to come to the temple.
No, exactly. It's like basically by modern Judaism, Moses would be heretical, and modern Christianity, Jesus would be heretical. So,
Yeah. Oh, shoot. 1 second. Let's see. What was it? 1 second.
yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
he's citing that early mentions of the house of David, which again, right before 900 BC, if I remember right.
Let's see. 1 moment.
You can just start the video.
Oh yeah, good point.
Last episode that the earliest mentions of the House of David depict a steady decline from an apex of power and prestige that has otherwise been lost to history. It's hard to make exact dates, but most of this decline seems to have taken place during the reign of King Jehoram in the mid-9th century BCE. Toward the end of his reign, around 842, Edom successfully fought for its independence from Judah. Very shortly after, perhaps even the same year, Philistine raiders killed King Jehoram and kidnapped most of his family, with the notable exception of his wife Athaliah and his youngest son Ahaziah. A year after that, Israel invaded Judah and killed Ahaziah, leaving Athaliah as queen regnant, at which point Moab successfully revolted. The Bible will tell you that this is because Athaliah was an Israelite princess, and that's true. The Bible will also tell you that she was responsible for bringing the cult of Baal into Judah. This is a very convenient lie, because Jews at this point had been worshipping Baal just as long as everyone else in the region. At this time, the Israelites and the Jews practiced basically the same religion as the Phoenicians, with a handful of core gods that everyone would have known.
So here, you want to dig into this first, and then we'll talk about it.
Sure. How do you want to dig into it? You got your generations of gods here.
Here, yeah, you can.
In fact, it looks like the first two are they trying to say that those are the same generation? Because that's my take on it. Is you have you're going to have your first two Elion and Asherah, and then it looks like you have your good dozen after that. It looks like you got 12 offspring. Again, you got a cognate, but it looks like another echo of the gods of Olympus, signs of the zodiac, all the other sorts of dozens that echo throughout stuff. So you got Astarte, Atar, Gotharte, Shakchar, Shalim, Shapash, Dagon. Looks like 53 other mostly local gods. Those are, in my guess, and Lord only knows, local gods often will tend to be female. There's usually going to be a female god of the place that's like a nymph or something, using the Greek reference. And again, with my genetic interpretation level, that corresponds to sort of a MD, the mitochondrial DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Mot, Death, Yam, Yarich, Sidek. And Nikal comes from somewhere else. That's the fruit goddess. So Sidek's marrying out of the family. And let's see here. You have 2, 4, 5. You have at least 5 males there and 3 females. Adar, they're saying, is a variable. So yeah, I'm definitely seeing the 53 others are probably likely in the NIF local female category. So again, with my analogy, you're looking at the other the male ones being the Y DNAs. So then that would give you a third generation of gods, where it looks like your Dagon's giving birth to the ball of knot, which again you have the sibling wives, sibling husband wife set up, and you got Ashman out of Sidek, and you're looking at there probably an echo of the division of sort of Table of Nations things, where the different male gods are running different areas. So that would be, I would see Sidek is looking more in the Syrian coast, which is where Eshman is. You got Yam, that's probably with the Yamad area connecting over there as well. Dagon is going to be more obviously over in Babylon area. Not sure on the others. Char being a dawn god is probably going to be in the east.
So, yeah, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. So, definitely interesting. I mean, I'm not a Levite. I mean, my grandfather's mother was a Levi, but he wasn't, because it's only passed down through the father. Even the Levites, not just the Cohens, but and this thing Neil's been saying, he's like, oh, I think you have Levite ancestry. I'm like, honestly, I mean, you know, I do have part, but like, I'm not a Levite, and honestly, kind of glad, because I feel like there's like less issue with me, you know, saying what I'm saying. Like, even though technically I wouldn't really, you know, if I'd be the same person, I'd still say it, but I don't know. It just seems like there's more, like, you know, if you're representing like the whole tribe of Levi, or not representing it, but you know, you're, or not even speaking for, but you know, just being a Levite, that there is that connection. I feel like it reflects a bit differently than if you're just, you know, plain old Israelite. And so actually, that's one of the things you were talking about, is that you know, how you have the Judeans, and they were known as Judeans, but they're also known as Israelites, because after a certain point, they like, you basically have this division into Israel, Levi, and Cohen, and those are understood as like the three divisions, and that has a lot to do with well, I'll show you. Let's see.
Funny, it's like also reading this one. You know, I'm part of that R1 heritage as well, up with my Irish, and it, you know, it'd be hilarious that, yeah, hey, maybe I'm part of that whole house of David that way too.
Well, it wouldn't be the house of David. Wouldn't it be the Levites?
Oh, was that Levites? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. 1 second. So, let's see.
I'm guessing I'm thinking that Jewish heritage, because, you know,
Yeah.
be kind of funny.
So, okay, yeah, let's continue.
So what you were getting out of what I was saying there? Anything? Agree? Disagree?
With which part?
Well, I was noticing a parallel between the sort of a zodiac sort of setup going on there between the children of El Elyon and Ashira. That seems like they have basically like a pantheon beneath them, and then a second generation as well.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind, this isn't even including Shemayim and Aretz, which would correspond to like Gaia and Uranus.
Yeah.
So let's see.
You know, I was sort of tying the like I said, the DNA in there as well. Whereas like Yam would be like Yamad, Dagon would be corresponding with like the Babylon area. Sidek would be over in Syria.
Well, I mean, Sedek was throughout the land, I think.
Well, they all would be worshipped throughout the land. I'm thinking sort of in that Table of Nations thing where it's divided up amongst the gods.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Where each of them is like an ancient Mesopotamia, where each of them had they were the god of that city, yet they were still worshipped in the other cities as well.
Oh, I see what you're talking about. So it's kind of like the same in Greece.
Yes.
Okay, interesting. So here, let me continue. Oh, wait, where is it? All right, so let's see. Oh yeah, I was commenting on that. I will get some sleep after we finish this one. And then yeah, that's one of the things I really like. All Jews are related, even if they look different. Levi was probably E if we do it by Samaritan genetics. That said, my haplo is J2, and we have a Cohen tradition. They told my son he was 1% Jew from his test. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, it kind of gets tricky because when you're talking about because like it's both a ethnicity and a religious tradition, so it's like but yeah, it'd be interesting. Do you know whether it was Sephardic or Ashkenazi or even from the Arab lands? That'd be interesting. But anyway, so let's continue.
And idiosyncratic local gods for each tribe or city-state, like Chemosh, the god of Moab, who supposedly inspired their rebellion against Judah. This understanding of local gods is especially helpful to explaining the division between Israel and Judah. The most important god in the Israelite pantheon, or the Elohim, was El, or El Elyon, literally the highest god, to whom the Israelites were commanded to make animal and grain sacrifices on top of Mount Gerizim in the city of Samaria. This common belief in El Elyon is what kept the tribes of Israel united, and ultimately what kept Judah out of the fold, because as far as the Jews were concerned, the true identity of El Elyon was their local god. This might not seem like a big deal now, but each god had its own hereditary priesthood, so for Judah to have a separate clan dedicated to the worship of everyone else's most important god would always set the Jews apart as off-brand Israelites. This is why Israel invaded Judah in support of Atalia. It's also why it was so easy for the Jewish high priest to simply assassinate her and replace her with her 7-year-old stepson. And it worked. For the better part of a century, Judah was able to stop the bleeding and restabilize. A lot of people who read the Bible for the first time as adults seem to take special notice of the fact that the high priests were usually either corrupt or incompetent, but their power structure kept Judah unified and stable. Compare that to Israel, where Manasseh had to constantly compete for dominance with 9 other tribes. And with that, now we can talk about Baal. In 760 BCE, Israel was struck by a massive magnitude 8 earthquake. And yeah, if the tribal balance of power was precarious before, things are about to get really messy. In the course of rebuilding the kingdom, a competition emerged between the cult of El and the cult of Baal. Baal was already on his way to becoming top god in the Phoenician city-states because he was the god of rain, which is hugely important to the Mediterranean, where rainfall only comes during half the year and one bad winter can topple entire nations. I mean, how do you think the Arab Spring started? As the generic creator god, El wasn't seen as having an active role in the world, so he got more and more sidelined in Israelite society. He was still there and had his share of defenders, but increasingly, those defenders weren't priests. 2 years before the earthquake, a common Jewish farmer named Amos left his home country to preach against
famous Amos. Oh yeah, definitely. Sam Aronow is a really, really good YouTuber. He's also gotten a shout out for, so like it's interesting because he's really showing like how things used to be, and one of the things that's interesting is he's actually gotten a shout out from Dr. Henry Abramson, who is an Orthodox Jew in the I think he's the dean of Touro College. Listen, I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm not sure if he still is, but anyway, the fact that he's endorsing this and that it shows that Israel used to be polytheistic, I think it's huge. What's that? Here, you want to fill there? Graham?
Sorry, I was on mute. I was filling air only in my own house here. No, it's no. I really like this guy a lot. I was saying is he sticks to very much the facts, what we can know, what we can verify for certain, and doesn't necessarily rule out or include a whole lot beyond that. Because that's where it runs into problem is you often have people who they take what's verified and then run with it with saying it verifies a lot more, or they take that one and then they start ruling stuff out.
Mhm.
But I like his much more measured approach here. I like him a lot.
All right, one shot. Oh, you're here.
The Israelite King Jeroboam II at his summer palace in Bethel, and in the process became the first historically verifiable Jewish prophet. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary Amos's views really were. Forget Baal, he said. El is the only God who matters because he's the one who made a contract with Israel. Israel literally means struggles with El, and Israel was breaking that contract through its immoral treatment of the poor. At this time, the Israelite religion was based solely on rituals and laws. The idea of proactive charity.
And so this is a big thing. So, one of the things that's important is previously the Levitical laws were only applied to the priests, but after the temples were destroyed, they created the rabbinic tradition, and then second temple was destroyed. They fully embraced it, but basically that one of the ways that one of the ways that you're pious and that you seek favor with God is that you basically act as a priest of God, regardless of whether you are one or not. So the tradition gets expanded upon the entire people as opposed to just the priests. And that's part of this idea of unifying them as one people, as opposed to having, there's a people over here and then you have the priests over here. It's this idea of one people.
No, I get what you're saying. Sort of like an amoeba. It's like before my ear pluribus unum thing. It's like before you had each of the individual cells, and now we're going to be one giant people with each of the individual cells are now like tribes within the giant cell. Is that making any sense to you, Ariel? I don't know if that made sense to me.
As an act of faith was totally alien, so the Israelites were really keen on Amos to leave. But then the earthquake happened, and instead alien on rituals and laws. The idea of proactive charity as an act of faith was totally alien, so the Israelites were really keen on Amos to leave. But then the earthquake happened, and instead Amos started gaining followers. Some of them were from Israel, but most were Jews who moved north after the quake, and the most important of these was Isaiah, or rather, first Isaiah, because only about half the work attributed to him in the Bible was written in his lifetime, and you should get used to that. Isaiah began his ministry about 20 years after Amos, by which time Judah had become a vassal of the resurgent Assyrian Empire while Israel remained in shambles. Isaiah is mostly popular with Christians because of his so-called apocalyptic prophecies, which seem to correlate with the life of Jesus. But Isaiah was reflecting his own time with the belief that, hey, Assyria might be dominant now, but if Judah becomes a just and fair kingdom, it'll become the great power of the region, and Israel can join in. Did I mention that Israel and Judah were enemies at this time? Judah, in fact, had just teamed up with Assyria to subdue Israel. Israel revolted 2 years later, only to have its government dissolved and a sizable chunk of its population forcibly removed by the Assyrians. This forcibly removed population is commonly known as the 10 Lost Tribes, which is weird on a few levels. For one, the Northern Kingdom had 9 tribes, not 10. For two, only the Israelite elite were ever forced into exile. If you want to see modern-style ethnic cleansing, you'll have to wait until the Roman period. For earlier civilizations,
and interestingly, one of the populations they ethnically cleansed were the Scythians in Dacia.
Oh, well, I was going to say that given that they're basically steppe people, you can't. It's tough to ethnically cleanse them, but you can cleanse them from an area, certainly.
Well, that's what I mean. They cleansed them from Dacia, and they turned Dacia into Romania, which was actually basically it was established as a Roman military colony in order to fight off invaders.
Okay, no, I'm going to have to re-examine some of the Dacian stuff. I haven't nailed that down too hard for myself yet, but go on.
But yeah, so Jews have been getting herbs from Scythians since ancient times. Even in the Hellenistic era, Beit Shean, where there's a reference that I found to Azizos, which might be connected to possibly even Sabazios, because the two names are so similar and they're both depicted riding on horseback.
Well, if you remember the thought that I had is one of the reasons for the loss of the anointing oil of the kings was because of the Cyrus attacking the Scythians and dying to the queen there.
Interesting.
And those harsh relations, because they were getting it from the Scythians, that could have dried up the supply for a few generations.
Oh wow, yeah, that's interesting. But so Beit Shean, the Beit Shean Valley, it used to be known as Scythopolis in Hellenistic times. I thought you'd find that interesting, Yusal.
Very interesting.
Pointless without people to work the land, and no empire existed yet that was big enough to replace a conquered native population. So for most Israelites, life continued on as before, albeit under much greater cultural influence from both Assyria and Judah, most notably reflected in the steady replacement of Hebrew as the common language with Aramaic, as well as the rapid decline of the much-loathed cult of Baal. And thirdly, a huge number of Israelite elites who heeded the prophets evaded exile and instead settled in Judah, where our story will continue next time. Hey, thanks for checking out my latest video.
So,
if you want to help the channel grow, you can always donate.
Because I didn't mean to click that. All right, so is this the where'd it go? Playlist.
So what the guy was saying is Isaiah wrote several centuries apart. It's like he wrote at one point in time and then resurrected again to write again later.
Yeah.
Got it.
Here.
I've been thinking a lot about the unimaginable situations families in Afghanistan, Syria, and other.
I don't mean to seem insensitive by skipping this ad.
Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room.
That's okay. I have no idea who that guy is. So.
Oh no, it's because he's talking about refugee crises. But that's Rami Malek. He played Elliot in Mr. Robot. It's a really good series. You'd like it.
Okay, now that I recognize him, I did catch a couple episodes of Mr. Robot. Now that is a good series.
Oh yeah, so this
Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room. El is one thing, because it's literally the generic Hebrew word for God, but saying the Jewish name of God is a major taboo, to the point of a euphemism treadmill where very religious Jews won't even say the word God. Now, I'm not religious, and neither are most Jews around the world, but even secular Jews have their limits. Most still fast on Yom Kippur. I've known atheists who still keep kosher, and as long as I've lived, I've never been able to bring myself to say. Now back to history. After the fall of Israel, you'd think that the massive influx of refugees into Judah would spin the kingdom into crisis, but if anything, it had the opposite effect. For one, the Israelites spoke the same language and practiced the same religion, which made the process much easier. This is what ultimately led to the legend that Judah and Israel had once been united under the kings David and Solomon, and the subsequent origin myth that both nations were descended by blood from a single patriarch named Israel, aka Jacob. Furthermore, Judah needed the Israelites. Israel had always been the wealthier and more populous nation, so the influx of gold and labor was crucial to Judah's long-term goal of full independence from Assyria. 4 years after the fall of Israel, 25-year-old Hezekiah ascended to the Jewish throne. Hezekiah was a big deal, even by royalty standards. He was born during the ministry of Isaiah, and a lot of biblical scholars believe that he's the baby Emmanuel, who Isaiah predicts will bring Judah to greatness. That's a lot of hype to live up to, and Hezekiah didn't disappoint, because with all his fresh labor and capital, he became the builder king. The majority of Jewish architecture from the Davidic period can be dated to his reign. Jerusalem, until now a city that could be measured in square feet, was quadrupled in size, with huge defensive walls stretching across the valley of Siloam. By far the most impressive of Hezekiah's works today is the Siloam Tunnel, an underground aqueduct excavated through half a kilometer of solid rock in order to maintain the city's water supply during a siege.
Right here. It's even more impressive if you see it.
Neil and Derek have some good video of that.
It's impossible to walk through because it's the middle of January right now.
Yeah, I was about to mention.
It's pretty impressive until you find out that he wasn't the first. This tunnel was an earlier irrigation system for the same city over 1,000 years earlier still.
I just want to take a step back and point out that the city of Rome is just being founded at this point, and even at the height of their power, they built their aqueducts above the ground. With all this, it's easy to understand the widespread confidence that Hezekiah would lead the Jews to final victory over Assyria. And it's easy to see why the effort failed. In 701 BCE, the Cushite rulers of Egypt renounced their vassalship to Assyria and declared independence, followed quickly by Edom, Philistia, Ammon, the Phoenician states, and finally Judah. The Assyrian army had just put down a decades-long insurgency in Babylon, so it looked like the empire was on its last legs. But the Assyrian king Sennacherib managed to sweep all of Judah's neighbors back into submission in a matter of weeks, before setting his sights on Jerusalem. The Cushites tried to break the ensuing siege, but were stopped at Ekron. And while Sennacherib failed to breach the walls of Jerusalem, he only failed at Jerusalem. On Jerusalem. The Cushites tried to break the ensuing siege, but were stopped at Ekron. And while Sennacherib failed to breach the walls of Jerusalem, he only failed at Jerusalem, forcing Hezekiah to surrender by default. No one can know if Hezekiah and Sennacherib met, but I'm struck by how similar they were. Both were 39 years old at the time and best known as great builders who had won massive upset victories against each other, so it's tempting to imagine them as having a mutual respect for each other. Whether or not this is true, it's telling that Sennacherib not only gave Hezekiah full credit for beating him in battle, but let him stay on the throne and elevated Judah to the status of most favored nation. Isaiah, who by the way was still alive at this point, thus concluded his ministry by proclaiming that Hezekiah had indeed brought Judah back to greatness, and that judgment was at hand. Despite winning most favored nation status, Judah's economy stagnated for several years until Hezekiah's death in 687 BCE. His son Manasseh attempted to remedy the bust by allowing the rural elite to rebuild the high places, mountaintop shrines to minor gods that Hezekiah had destroyed in accordance with the prophets.
Yeah, and then
Considering the religion that Judaism became, it shouldn't surprise anyone that the prophets were really angry about this, but since it coincided with Judah's transformation into a net exporter of goods for the first time ever, it only emboldened Manasseh to reverse more of his father's reforms, going as far as to execute many of his deputies and sacrifice live children to the bronze.
Not for certain. Again, it's entirely possible they were basically just offering up their seed to the gods. Again, pretty gross, but not as horrible or gross as killing actual children. So that is worth mentioning. People did sacrifice children in times of great strife, but it's entirely possible that the reason they were doing it weren't purely ritual, but that they could have also been functional, because you have less mouths to feed. Again, doesn't make it right. But on top of that, some people might sacrifice their children or kill their children in order to spare them from the harshness of going hungry or being killed in war. I mean, again, doesn't justify it, but you have to think the way that people were thinking. You can't just be like, oh, these are monsters, they killed their children. Because the same thing happened during the Crusades. There was a lot of accounts of Jewish holdouts in towns, like when the Crusaders would come for them, that a lot of them would commit ritual not ritual suicide, but they would commit suicide so as not to be shamed and dishonored, and basically that they wouldn't be there when they wouldn't be aware when their bodies were God knows what. And I mean, there was a lot of sexual violence that occurred during these pogroms and crusades as well. It wasn't just death. I mean, it was also both that and death. So like the thing is, you can't just look at this stuff as people were sacrificing their children to the gods, because in most cases it seems like it was just sex magic essentially. And in the worst cases, that it was cities under siege. So it's not like they would have just been it's not like they were just killing their children in order to please the gods. In fact, there's a good case that probably the cases of human sacrifice might have been given I'm also trying to I'll admit I might be a bit biased here, but but we do also know that there's a lot of bias against or bias in favor of this being actual human sacrifice. So that is worth noting, that there's bias on both ends. I just tend to think that, although they did some pretty whack things in their day, we do some pretty whack things in our day. And to think that, we're somehow so much better than them, that, they would do this horrible thing that we don't do. Well, first of all, we do that in the form of sending children off to die in wars, or not doing anything when, there's like mass violence that happens, and just normalizing it. But like at the end of the day, you look in the past, and who's to say that, let's see, what's this? Or another example, when old people in band societies wander off on their own, leaving the rest of the band behind.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I was going to say, can I pick up here for a second, Ariel? Because there's a huge group of potential bodies that could be in Tophets that people haven't, I don't think, have really considered too much. And that's the idea. Life is very precious in today's world. Life was very cheap back then. And they didn't have modern medicine. The infant mortality rate was huge. Any child that died in childbirth would have basically gotten passed through the fire and would appear as a sacrifice. Birth defects. They didn't necessarily have, ADA protection back then. If you were born too deformed, it was a mercy killing to pass you through. There's, you had exposure and stuff. So a lot, building on what you were saying is, I think there's a whole lot of bodies that never would have appeared in modern society that would have appeared in Tophets back then. And on the flip side, to many people, abortions are considered child sacrifices. There's a whole lot of, contraception from different points of view. There's, it's different perspectives from different points in time, and there's lots of wrong in both points in time. And I don't necessarily see enough, see the sense in throwing too many stones.
yeah,
Tag him back off, Ariel.
the only thing I'd respond to that is that if you like, and I'm not saying that this is what you're saying, but like to someone who thinks that an abortion is a child sacrifice, then you basically have to contend that the sota ritual is a child sacrifice to Yahweh. And I mean, I personally don't think that's the case, because I think that the sota ritual goes back to an older period where basically the knowledge of administering like a chemical abortion through medicines would have been common knowledge. I mean, we're talking about a society that also had access to birth control, yet a lot of people don't even realize that. They used it so much they drove the plant into extinction. I forget exactly what it was called. I think it was like psyllium or something.
Was that a birth control one? I knew
Yeah.
that as basically a spice added to meat.
Let me see.
The psyllium that grew around in basically the northern Africa area around Carthage.
That, I think that might be it. Let's see. Plant that went extinct, birth control.
No, if so, I was unaware that was used for birth control. I knew it was like I said, a spice, an additive for meat.
So silphium, also known as silphion, laserwort, or laser, is an unidentified plant that was used in classical antiquity as a seasoning, perfume, aphrodisiac, and medicine. It was also used as a contraceptive by ancient Greeks and Romans.
Cool. I did not pick up that second part. No, that's again. I've done some abortion research, and I knew about silphium from the food additive, the seasoning. But no, I hadn't connected the two.
So, but yeah. So my contention is, if you believe that just because a woman has been unfaithful, that her child deserves to die, then, and that's somehow okay, but it's somehow immoral if a woman doesn't have the means to, and given, there are some people who, they might be a bit too fast and loose with it. But the thing is, the reason why, it's there is so it can protect, the most. And of course, there's going to be the least who might abuse it. But at the end of the day, that few shouldn't be a reason to take it away from the many. Anyway, but what I was going to bring up is that this ritual of the sota water, basically, it's like a ritual scroll. Probably the dye is some sort of drug that causes an abortion, but it's basically a curse or it's a curse written on a scroll. The scroll is dissolved into water and combined with dust from the temple floor. And if the woman is guilty, she will. And given, it's entirely possible that the way it's talked about, that it's just that's basically narrative, and it's saying this is how powerful God is. But I tend to think that it's probably, I don't know. I definitely want to look more into this, but the point is, even if you think that this is totally what happened, why is it all like, I thought God loves children so much that he, hates abortion so much. Like, obviously we shouldn't, it's like needlessly, yeah, that's not a good thing. But the thing is that, like most people, the reason they get it is not because they're horrible, evil people. It's because they don't have the means at the time and to bring a child. And then there's also people who just, for them, for instance, it's dangerous. It would essentially be human sacrifice for them to try to give birth to a child, like human sacrifice in the name of fertility. And so
I agree with everything you're saying here, Ariel. One thing that I think is worth pointing out is I support what you're saying, but I do think those people need to recognize that if they're pregnant from, careless sex, they had, the mistake wasn't so much in that they didn't have the money later, and that's like the fruit of the mistake of the having the careless sex. That's something that they should avoid, regardless of whether they can afford or not afford to have a child. It's just a bad idea, regardless.
well, and also if you're having sex in a way that you're able to get someone pregnant, you're also having sex in a way that you can get yourself a disease.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying is they're bringing up the reason for abortion a lot of times. I mean, there's all sorts of legitimate, uncontrollable reasons. But some of this was within their control early on. Granted, by the time they're pregnant, it's out of their control. But that's something that they really need to look inside themselves and it's like own their role in the whole process rather than just saying, no, I just need you understand the difference I'm trying to say there?
Yeah, I just think that it's important to stress because, like, yeah, that's definitely a thing, but that's something that's like between them and their God, or them and themselves, as opposed to them and the government. I mean, the only way.
Well, the
reason-
role between them and the male, I think, has something to be examined as well.
I mean, definitely, but I think that they're like that should be taken into consideration. But at the same time, I think that there is a bit like, at the end of the day, one person is carrying it the whole time, the other person isn't. Again, that doesn't mean that they shouldn't have no say, but I think that it definitely gets into some sticky territory. But let's get back.
Oh yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. There is all of this is stuff that we don't have good solutions to. And that's something that we probably need to work through as a society.
Yeah.
Bronze god Molech. And while that sounds like over-the-top revisionist propaganda, we know it's true because the Greeks and Romans wrote about the same thing happening in Carthage, where Molech was also worshipped. Needless to say, it was.
Of course, you can believe everything the Greeks and Romans say.
643. His son Ammon only reigned for 2 years before being assassinated by his own servants, probably on the order of the high priest Hilkiah. And you know it's bad when the priests of the Lord are ordering hits on the king, but boy, did it ever get the job done. Hilkiah became regent over the 8-year-old king Josiah and steadily influenced him to reinstate many of Hezekiah's reforms. At just 18, Josiah published the earliest form of the Bible, comprising the books of Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and most of Kings. While most of what we now know as the Torah already existed as oral tradition, Deuteronomy revised that tradition into what we now know as Jewish law, including the concept of monolatry. Judaism didn't quite deny the existence of other gods yet, but it did prohibit the worship of them. Instead of worshiping at the high places, the 23 priestly families from the countryside would rotate weekly duties, serve high places.
Look at this. So 23 priestly families. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
The one does say 53 others, just to let you know.
Yeah, I know, but these are mostly local gods, so they wouldn't have had their own priesthoods. So you have like 25 here, and I mean, it's like, for instance, with Elyon and Asherah, that would have probably been like where you would have had a specific priesthood to them. It would have been more so like.
Actually, you have 24 there, which is 23 plus the 53.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Besides Elyon and Asherah, there's only 24 below. It's not 25.
That's only if. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
No, it's you got 13 on the first two rows. And then you got 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. No, it's definitely 24, Ariel. So you take out the
Oh,
53. So you take out the 53. Each of the gods with a name there is going to correspond to one of the priestly lines coming up on the next page.
that's what I'm saying. There's 23 here,
Yeah.
and you only have 24 if you include this 53.
Right. That's why you. It's my math thing. You said 25, and it was 24, and that one number makes a difference to me.
No,
It's my
no.
autism. Sorry, Ariel.
So I was including El Elyon and Asherah in 25.
They make 26.
No,
They make 25. They make 25 if you leave out the 53.
that's what I'm saying. Don't include the 53 because they're mostly local gods. They wouldn't have had
Right.
their own priesthoods outside of their own cities. It wouldn't have been something that correspond. Like you wouldn't have these priests going from town to town administering the duties.
Right.
23 priestly families from the countryside would rotate weekly duties, serving alongside the high priest in Jerusalem, enabling them to maintain their own power. Rotate weekly duties, serving along.
Let's see. So, Yeho Ariv. Ariv. I forget exactly what Ariv is. Yediah. Dang it, I'm blanking. Harim is mountains. Seorim is hairy, I think, or Mokia. Maybe like, yeah, I'm not going to speak on the ones I don't know. Miyamin from the right. Hakoz, not sure. Aviyah, not sure. Yeshua, salvation. Shechanyahu, God or Yahoo dwells. El Yashiv, Yashiv has has turned. Has corrected. Someone will probably correct me. Kohen Yakim. Yakim means like to establish, I think. Hupa, not sure. Yeshivav, not sure. Bilga, not sure. Imer, not sure. Hitzir, not sure. Hapitzetz, not sure. Petachia, the entrance of Yah. Ezekiel or Yechezkel. Interesting. Yachin. Yachin is like, I forget exactly. I think it's also from that root to establish, like Yakim, but it's slightly different. Ma'azyahu, like from strength. God is from strength. I'm definitely butchering some of these. Yeah, I was thinking maybe chuppah is marriage, but that's only if it's a chuppah. It's difficult when you have this transliteration. But yeah, Usal, what are your thoughts on what's El Yashiv? Yeshav, Yeshev. Oh, sits, dwells. Interesting. So here you have El Yashiv and you have Shechanyahu. So Shechanyahu is Yahu dwells and El Yashiv is God rests or God sits. Or El sits, rather.
Interesting.
The high priest in Jerusalem, enabling them to maintain their own power while strengthening Josiah's. With Judah looking ever more prosperous and godly, Josiah turned his attention outward.
Yeah,
The Assyrian Empire rapidly began disintegrating as the ever-frustrating Babylon rose up again and founded its own empire in 626. This was good for Judah in the short term, but Josiah freaked out when Assyria allied with its former enemy Egypt to push the Babylonians back. This threat to the regional balance of power was so severe that Josiah led an army to meet the Egyptians, only to be slaughtered along with most of the Jewish army at Megiddo. This didn't work out too well for the Egyptians either. After failing to relieve the last remaining Assyrian garrison at Haran, Pharaoh Necho II watched firsthand as the Assyrian Empire disappeared forever and led a punitive expedition against Judah. He replaced the new king Jehoahaz with his brother Eliakim, who subsequently changed his name to Jehoiakim and became an Egyptian vassal. For a few years, the situation seemed to level off, but with Babylon now the regional hegemon, Egypt had exhausted itself, and things were going to get ugly. Hey, thanks for checking out my latest video. If you want to help the channel grow, you can always donate on my Patreon page, or simply like, share, and subscribe. Today's background image is the Samaritan Temple at Mount Gerizim. I'll see you next time.
So we should probably get into text now because I don't think this one is terribly long, but we should get into it.
Yeah, no, it's we've had an interesting detour here.
Yep. So let's see. I need to pull it up first. Here. Oh my god, I'm so congested. It's like, and see, this is the thing that's really tricky. every time that I've gotten COVID, it's been not like it hasn't felt as bad as well, except the first time. The first time was really bad, but so the second time that I got it, it was nothing compared to getting sick before that and getting sick after that. So now, and that's the thing, people get this false idea that, you know, just because it's not as severe initially, generally, that it's not as dangerous, when in reality, in some ways, it makes it more so.
Well, and it seems to be very idiopathic, where it'll affect different people with different levels of severity. Because I want to say, still, last I heard, it was still 50% of the people who get it don't ever know that they got it. They have no symptoms.
Yeah, the part of that is that the parts where it affects the most, which is the blood vessels and arteries, is that we don't have nerves in that, so we can't sense any damage that's being done. And so it could literally just be something as simple as feeling a bit, you know, more tired, but people might not connect that with the fact that they just got sick.
Right. And well, what I'm saying is that's an example. What I'm saying is it hits people, different ways, and a lot of them just don't know.
Yeah, generally they don't know until it's too late and there's already been too much damage.
That's true in so many things in life.
Yeah. All right, let's see. So here, chapter 5. So what I'm thinking is maybe tomorrow, or I guess technically tonight or whatever, we could maybe listen to those videos, because I don't think that we'll, or maybe we could listen to some of the videos about some of the letters, but I just want to at least get through this. So,
yeah, I was going to say, let's do the videos on the letters probably tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. So, Shtemes Rei Peshutot. So that's 12 commons. Hey Vav Zayin Chet Tet Yud Lamed Nun Samach Ayin Sadeh Kuf. Yesodon. So these letters are found. What's it? Are 12, namely. Okay, they represent the fundamental properties. Let's see. What's Ra'aya? Evidence or proof or properties, I guess. So the foundational properties: Shmiya, listening; Richa, smelling; Shicha, whispering, or talking low; Leita, I don't know what that is. Putting food into an animal's mouth, or I guess stuffing one's face; Tashmish, handling; use by force with inconvenience is not so considered use. Interesting. I wonder what this means. Oh, interesting. It is an object used as a sacred function and is therefore forbidden for profane use. It is an object subservient to an object, let's see, of which a sacred implement is laid. Things used for a religious ceremony may be thrown away. With use with hamatmita, with a bed. So if you're talking about handling in the bed, then you're talking about copulation. So I guess it's just talking about handling. So maybe it's like touching. That's how I maybe understand it. So you have listening, smelling, whispering, stuffing one's face. So maybe it's like chewing.
Could you slow up really quick? You got hey as listening.
Okay, let's see. So hey is listening. Vav is smelling. Whispering, or Zion is whispering. Stuffing one's face is chet. Handling is tet. You got this so far?
Yep.
Ma'aseh, I'm guessing making.
Is yud.
Yeah, doing. Doing is yud. Oh, and that makes sense because you
making / doing is yud.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so you do that with your hands. You make things with your hands. So let's see. So what's the first one? So you listen with your ears. I can't think of a direct connection with hey. Vav is smelling. Can't think of a direct connection. I mean, maybe the only one is that like 6 is a number that's associated with a Messiah in some contexts. Like namely within like its association with Tiferet. But beyond that, I can't really think of anything. Sicha, whispering with Zion. Zion would make more sense for you handling, but anyway. Wait, let's see. So Maaseh is Yod. Haloch, walking. Walking is Lamed. That makes sense because a Lamed is a cattle prod or a walking stick. Let's see, what's Ragaz? Rogez is excitement, anger, commotion, or trouble. So maybe it's like excitement, or let's see, divine anger comes. I guess it means like anger, maybe.
I like your excitement. Is more of the sense of it's more of a sense of agitation of heightened state,
So here,
pressurized almost.
So yeah, I just want to bring this up. So Usal said none of my students have been the same after catching it. I've never tested positive. Yeah, some of my friends, or my friend and his family, they haven't gotten sick, and it's like, yeah, some people don't seem to get it. But I mean, given these are also people who've been taking the most care, like just like me. But given I probably have a weaker immune system because I do have some autoimmune, or I don't even know if it's autoimmune technically, but I definitely do now. Anyway, but yeah, so then Usal said caressing. Yeah, I think that's probably a better word than handling, because you can caress a holy object. It's not necessarily sexual, but it
For Tet, you mean? Is that for Tet?
Let me see. So it would be, yeah, it would be Tet. And then let's see. So Rogez is anger or excitement. Sachok is laughter, I think. Yeah, laughter is
Stomach.
Yeah. Yeah. So laughter is samach. Then you have harhur. Wait, what's that? Rahor. Thought or meditation. Yeah, thought is ayin. That makes sense because it's like the ayin, the eye. You know, you think kind of this connection with like the eye that you. I mean, it's
Not the
the
see,
eye.
not the see, perhaps.
What?
Not to see, maybe to see, because you got listening, smelling. You got the senses going on there. I'm going to put that in as a possible.
Well, so thought meditation, loud recitation, reviewing in mind is as good as loud recitation. It's like the idea of the mind's eye.
Yeah, no, I got my note on it. Go on, Sade.
So Shina, I think that's chewing, either chewing or hatred. Oh, sleep. Shena. Oh, yeah, Lishna. So to sleep. So sleeping is tzaddik. Wait. That's right. That's weird. Wait. Okay. Wait. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh. Wait. I think I might have misunderstood. Okay, so if this is the case, then we're off. Okay, so I think that Rhea is hey. That would make Shema listening Vav. Recha would be Zayin. So okay, so this would be seeing. Seeing is Vav, or seeing is hey.
Okay, so I'll cross off and then go. Seeing is hey.
Listening is Vav.
Okay.
Smelling is Zayin.
Okay.
Whispering is Chet.
Okay.
Stuffing or fattening is Tet.
Okay.
Oh, this makes sense. So then handling becomes Yod. That makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
Ma'aseh is Lamed. So actions or doing is Lamed.
Okay.
Haloch or walking is nun, and that makes sense because nun is connected with this idea of movement.
So excitement would be samach. Anger. Yeah. Okay.
And then laughter would be ayin.
Thinking, seeing would be sade.
So thinking would be tzaddik, and then sleeping would be kof.
And that makes sense. At the very end, go to sleep. Yep.
So, this is interesting. So, wait, can you read us the list that we have of things?
Seeing, listening, smelling, whispering. You know, kind of. I guess that's in the sort of the speaking sort of thing. Fattening, stuffing the mouth, maybe an in and out of the mouth there. A handling, a doing, action. Those seem very similar to me. Walking, excitement, which is almost a pressurizing heightened state we were looking at. Laughter, thinking, and sleeping.
I was thinking maybe there's like this like chronological connection to it, but I don't really, I'm not sure. So anyway, so let's see. So midatan, let's see, what does this say? So yeah, it says sight, hearing, smell, speech, desire for food, the sexual appetite, movement, anger, mirth, thought, sleep, and work. Interesting. These symbolize also 12 directions in space: northeast, southeast, the east above, the east below, the northwest, southwest, the west above, the west below, the south, the upper south, the lower south, the upper north, the lower north. These diverge to all eternity and as the arms of the universe.
Hold on there. Just hold a sec. You can talk. Just don't move the cursor.
Yeah. I'm not even going to try to read the Hebrew of that. It's way too long, and it's like it's just it's explained very well in the English here.
So is quaff work or sleep?
Honestly, I don't know, and trust me, like sometimes you really just should not listen to the translations except for when it's giving you context. And here, right. like the parts that I'm able to translate, we don't need the context that I get.
Yeah, yeah. No, I take what you're saying and what they're saying and hold them up against each other and get like an interference pattern and try to resolve it in an accurate manner. That's all. And you definitely have much more sway than they do.
So, any thoughts on this?
Not so far.
All right.
Maybe after we get to the next part. No, we didn't finish that last part. Go back up there. I didn't see the English there. Because they're saying they symbolize the 12 directions in space.
Yeah, I read that.
Okay. Yeah, to me, that this is talking about that math, that sort of manifold kind of thing, where they're talking about, say, like a cube or some sort of structure, and these are the symbols that poke to the different ones. Because I don't know if you've seen it, they have sort of various different structures of trying to understand the Kabbalah and the relationships, and some of them use cubes and such.
Yeah, so I mean, like you have the 7 directions with the 7 doubles, and so it's up, down, left, right, or like up, down, north, south, east, west, and inside. And so here you have all the ones except inside, but they're double. So you have north.
This corresponds to what we were talking about: 2 loops around the Ouroboros, where it's not a circle; it's twice around, sort of like the 720 degrees of the electron. Because I'm sitting there looking at it, you have the east below and the west below, the east above and the west above. And both of those would be cycling around on the Ouroboros. With this is that me thing, where we would be above and below.
It's kind of above my head, to be completely honest.
I'm just sort of trying to structure things, and it's not clear to me. Just I'm talking out just to, if nothing else, to get it recorded here.
Right. I don't. Let's see. I'll just translate. So sorry, I just did the opposite of what I was going to say. So 12 commons. Hey vav zayin chat tet yud lamed nun samach ayin tzadik kuf. Chakikan. Dang it, I did it again. So they were inscribed, hewed, weighed, fused. What's Hamiran? Hamar. Oh, I think that means they were like mixed. Yeah, they were mixed together. Vitsar, Bahen, and they were formed in them. Shanim, Shneim, Eser. That'd be 12 Mazalot, 12 constellations Be'olam in the world. Siman, Tesh, Teshet, Sa'av, Ma'ak, Gadad. What the heck is that saying? So let's see how it translates this. So
Now, on those words about when they were talking about the transformations they were talking about, because we have a couple of lists here on the words. Were they using words like Hashuv, Sur, Ahmed, Bahon? Was that used in that part?
So you have Chakakan, Chatzvan.
Let me get this list down. Give me some Romanizations here, because you have 12. You had 12.
You've already written it down.
Okay, so where have I written it down at?
In one of your notes, I've like.
Okay, that's what I was asking you, Ariel. If this was a repetition of what they had said before.
Yeah, it is. It's just the some of the words. So you have Sarbahan. That's one of the things he said. I think you said Hadsvan, or I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, this is the list. It's repeated every time. So it's inscribed. They were inscribed, hewed, weighed, fused, poured, or like mixed in.
Yeah, your big three are Serfan, Hatam, and Qatar, which is combined. Which is basically Serfan is like a fuse, Hatam is seal, and Qatar is crown.
So that's a different one. That's Kashar lo Keter, bound it with a crown. So so here you just have inscribed, hewed, weighed, fused, poured, and bound in them or put in them 12.
So how many functions was that? Was that 2, 4, 6 functions?
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
Yeah, 6.
Okay.
So okay, so here I found it. So oh, interesting. I think I figured it out. So let's see, where is it? Let's see. So where was this? Oh yeah. So I don't know what these. Oh yeah, I wanted to see what this says for it. So okay, interesting. So the 12 months of the year. Wait, where does it say that? Namely the zodiac constellations, the 12 months of the year, and the 12 important organs of the frame of the human, namely the right and left. Okay, so here it actually lists it. So Ve'ilu hen, and these are Shanim Eser, 12 Chadashim, 12 months, Bishana in the year, Nisan, Iyar, Sivan, Tammuz, Av, Elul, Tishrei, Mar Cheshvan, Kislev, Tevet, Shevet, Adar. So I wonder, is this list? I'll bet you. So okay, so where is this? So it starts with a Tet. So let's see, where's Tevet? Tevet, and it starts with a Tevet, Shevet, or Tevet Shvat. So the next one should be Toph. Ah, dang it, no. Okay, I thought that maybe it was connected, so it's not. So Ve'ilu hen shanim, and these are the 12 manhigim, I'm guessing organs, benefesh in the body, shtei yadayim, two hands, vishtei raglaim, and 2 legs, shtei. Okay, so do you want to get this down the connections?
Yeah. Which words am I connecting with it?
Okay, so the months. So Nissan, spelled the same way as the car company.
Okay, now is this corresponding with the Hey Vav and all of those that we have down?
Yeah, so
okay.
Nissan is Hey.
Okay.
ER, spelled like Eeyore, but with an A, is Vav. Sivan is Zayin. Tammuz is Chet. Av is tet.
What was that? That was of
Av, A-V.
AV. Okay.
Elul, E-L-U-L, is Yud. Tishrei, T-I-S-H-R-E-I.
TISH.
R-E-I.
Okay.
That's Lamed. Mar Cheshvan, so M-A-R, and then H-E-S-H-V-A-N.
Maheshvan.
Yeah, so that's
Maheshvarn.
yeah. What was before that?
Teshri.
Yeah, but what's it associated with?
Lamed.
Okay, so then this would be Nun. So Mar Cheshvan would be Nun. Then Kislev, K-I-S-L-E-V, is Samech. Tevet is Ayin. Shvat is Tzaddik. And Adar is Kof.
What's spell that for Sadek? Sadek.
Shvat. S-H-V-A-T.
SHVHT.
Yeah.
Okay, and Quaff.
That would be Adar. A-D-A-R.
ADAR. Okay.
So this is interesting. So and then it'll just be in the same order. So two hands are hey. And that's interesting because there is a connotation of two hands being used in praise with the hey. So there might be a connection there. So seat, or what was it? So two hands is hey, 2 feet would be vav, 2 kliot, what would this be? 2 kidneys. 2 kidneys is zayin. Techol is the spleen. Spleen is chet. What's kaved? There's, I mean, it means honor or weight, but let's see. Here, what does it have? I'll just look. Let's see. So it has 2 kidneys, the liver, the gall, the spleen.
Okay, so it's liver instead of spleen. So
wait. Maybe not, because keep in mind. So here, techol, it says techol is spleen or milt. Having had their milt cut out as fast runners, spleen or milt. So this is spleen. The other one must be gall, kavad. So what did we say?
Chet is gall. You were saying Chet was spleen, and they were saying Yud was spleen.
Again, the way they translate it isn't usually not. They don't.
That's why I'm telling you what they had and what you said. So you tell me what I should be writing.
So what did you have before? So spleen was associated.
Spleen was with Chet.
So then gall should be tet.
Yep, and then liver would be Yud, because if it's not spleen, it's going to be liver with the way they're doing it.
Let's see. So mara, to be fat. What's this say?
That would be liver.
Oh no. So mara is gall. Okay, that's interesting. So mara is gall, which means that maybe
is that with tet?
Okay, so chet should be spleen, right?
Yes.
Okay, so skip tet for now. Yud is gall.
Yud is gall. Okay.
Yeah, and so that would mean that tet should be, I'm guessing, maybe liver, but wait to put that down. So
okay.
So we got to Yud. So let's see. So this next one, hamsas, which would be kaf. or would it be Kaf or no?
We're
no,
at Lamed. We're at
oh,
Lamed.
Lamed. Lamed should be stomach.
Okay.
Nun,
None.
I'm not sure. It doesn't have a clear one. Let's see. Karkaban is wait, what? Okay, so here I'm going to look what it has again. So, let's see. So the gallbladder and intestines. Okay, I got it.
Gullet would be stomach.
Well, so the dissolving digesting receptacle, the first stomach of ruminants, that would be would that be the gullet?
Yeah.
So hamsas is that's what I said with stomach. So change it to
That's for
gullet.
Lam. So hold on. We're using gull for. We're at Lamed that you had for stomach.
Yeah, so change that to gullet.
Gullet. Okay.
Yeah. So
but people don't have gullets.
It's basically referring to like probably your upper stomach, though.
Yeah, that's the only stomach people have.
No, but what I mean is as opposed to your lower stomach or your gut.
Yeah, as opposed to your intestines, which is, I think, coming up next.
Yeah, so let's see. So kiva, I'm not sure, but so let's see. So this is lamed, so this would be nun, this would be samach. So karkaban is stomach. It's derived from crop or ma, from kukubanu or ma, to which they stand as. So would this be maybe stomach?
It's got to be it's going to be intestines in this sense if they're talking about the gullet first. That's my bet. So which letter is this one?
Samach.
Okay, my guess is that that's talking this one. It would be intestines. But what did we have for none then?
So nun, let me see. So they have so they have two.
Oh, they mix up the order too. So
yeah. So they have two kidney, the liver, the gall, the spleen. So we got the gall, the spleen. So let's see, the liver, the intestines, we got the gullet, and the stomach. So there's the stomach, the intestines, and the gullet. So let's see.
No, here, Ariel. They're trying to say each the right and the left hand has a letter. So they're trying to say hey is the do they say right first or right left or left first?
What do you mean?
Scan that. It's basically they're saying hey is the right hand, vav is the left hand.
No, they're not.
Are you sure that? Because if you look down here, look at when they're talking about organs.
No, because it refers to shtei yadayim, two hands. It's not one hand, both hands.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I'm doing my math. Scan to where you had the English.
Well, just real quick, because again, the translation.
Count your number of items that you're trying to correlate. You have 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 kidneys, spleen, gall, stomach, intestines. That's 12. So you can't have one letter correspond to both the right and the left hand.
Oh wow, you're right. So interesting. So if that's the case, then that's why we're having such a hard time, because we're trying to fit it where it
was. Yeah. We're trying to create a correspondence that actually doesn't exist. So no wonder we're having problems.
So yeah, I mean, hey is right hand, vav is left hand. Wait, where was it? Okay, yeah.
Right foot.
Yeah, so right foot would be zayin, left foot would be chet.
Right kidney.
Right kidney would be tet. Left kidney would be left kidney would be yud. Let's see what's after this. So
spleen.
Oh yeah, tachol is spleen. So spleen would be lamed. Kavad, I'm not let's see, kavod. I have
The skull.
Oh no, you know what this is? I'm wait, kavod. Wait, did we say that was gall? No, gall is marah. So kavod, I'm almost sure. So I remember there's this context within haruspicy, or liver divination. There's this context. Livers are heavy. I think it's one of the heaviest organs, right?
Right.
So yeah, kavod. Kavod means heavy. So kavod is liver.
And that corresponds to which one?
What
Lamed.
is
You're down to Quaf, Sud, Ein, Samek,
nun? I think.
Nun. Nun
Yeah.
is going to be liver.
Yeah. So marah or gall would be samech. Oh, okay. So then that means that golet. Oh, okay. So wait. So that means that most likely.
Or is Lamed gullet?
No. Wait. What? Why would lamed be golet?
No, you went. That's right. You went with no, because I don't know why.
Okay. So golet should be would it be ayin? I think.
Probably.
Yeah. Then kiva, I'm guessing, is probably stomach. I'm going to let's see. What's this? Kava serves to include the fat surrounding and inside the maw, rennet, used to curdle milk. Oh, wait, let's see. The rennet is apart from outside, allowed to use a rennet of these sheep. What the heck?
The
Kiva.
curdling milk could easily be the stomach acid. So yeah. So the quaff would be intestines.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so that means that the kiva is the stomach, and that's the
Intestines.
Yeah, but what's it corresponded with? Which letter?
Quaff.
No. Or no, so intestines is kof, but the one before that should be
Sade is stomach.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. Let me take a quick bathroom break, but you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, you can go to the bathroom and I'll sort of ramble a little bit because that makes a whole lot more sense here because you actually have a certain amount of sensible sort of continuance because you have the sort of this is a process of digestion. You have a right hand, left hand sort of a gather and the right foot, left foot gathering the food. The spleen is very much a that's basically a reserve for blood and all. Oh no, that right foot, left foot. That's right kidney, left kidney. Those are the filtration systems in order to filter out for the blood. The spleen, then comes the spleen. That's like I said, the blood reservoir, and it's basically a positive reservoir. Liver is another filtration, and the gallbladder and all of those are going to be adding to the digestive tract in the gullet and the stomach, which results in the processing of the nutrition and extraction in the intestine. So you're sort of also towards the end there, you're progressing from a physical gathering process to more of an alchemical nutrition process towards the end. And yeah, that makes much more sense than what we were going on before. And and some of this other stuff was where we're looking at seeing, smelling, whispering, and all of those. I'm curious that those sound like they could correspond to some of these group theory functions, translation sort of operations that we're sort of slowly extracting here. I don't know what we're going to end up with on that math front, but it's definitely interesting. I'm seeing something there.
Sorry, almost ready.
No worries. I'm just looking through what we have here, and I'm curious to see how these letters, because like I said, these are only single functions. Because the ones we were covering last night were the dual aspiration ones, which as we said, they sort of force you into one of the two thesis or antithesis of a dialectic. And it seemed like that was the function of the 7 letters before, that you got the 7 dimensions of perception that you were dealing with, that you had dialectics to resolve.
Definitely. Shoot, I'm just looking for something really quick, guy. So,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on the connections to the zodiac? Are there any possible connections you're drawing just like in your head already?
Well, the most obvious one is you're dealing with the hermetic as above, so within, as without, so within,
Oh,
where
sure.
you have the aspects of the zodiac are going to correspond with the organs of the body.
Oh, wow. Yeah, but like I guess what I'm saying is, do you have any like associations that you're already thinking of?
Off the top of my head, no. Astrology is probably among my weakest of the esoteric skills.
No shame in that. Everyone has their weak and strong suits.
Yeah, no, I'm bringing some pretty good math skills, so I figure I make up for it in my strengths.
More or less. All right, sorry, I'm almost ready.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm looking for. Oh shoot, just something over. Let's see. Here.
I mean, if I could recognize the Jewish months better, I could probably give a certain amount of guess from the seasons of the year and all. But
all right, so we'll name some of them off, and I'll tell you what happens in them.
well, I was going to say Tammuz. It's probably some sort of either that's going to be spring or fall, I would think.
Actually, summer.
That's summer?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the correlation I'm seeing with that one and summer with spleen would be basically a fattening, a growing sort of thing. And so that would put the next two with being the kidneys, you're going to have sort of that's going to be a filtering, sifting of the process. Oh, no, so that doesn't, no, the foot. Tammuz is the feet. So, okay. That's what I'm seeing. Nisan, Aor, Sivan, you're going to have hands and feet working in the fields. You're going to start moving with some filtration and sorting of stuff during Av and what's it, Elul. Then
Sorry, just repeat that one more time and go through it slow so I can think about each one.
Because, well, I heard I noticed the correlation of basically like a process of digestion along the organ path. So if we're correlating that with the months and we're talking about Nisan, Aor, Sivan, Tammuz corresponding to right, left, feet, and hands, that could easily correspond to basically working the fields and doing the work at that point in time. And when you get to Av and Eol, you're dealing with the right and left kidney, and those are basically a filtration one where you're taking out the impurities and you're going to be keeping the good stuff. And that has a certain amount of harvest sort of process to it. Spleen, as I was saying, is basically an excess reserve for red blood and other sorts of things. So that's basically a storage. And same with liver. Liver is basically a storage, kind of a cooking thing. And the gallbladder is you got an alchemical addition where that adds for digestion. And then both the gullet and stomach would be you got a two-part chamber process going on there. The gullet would be a first step of the process. The stomach would be the second one. And then you're extracting your nutrients out in quaff in the third one. Rinse and repeat next year. How's that resonating at all for you, Ariel?
Definitely. I think that probably some of the more connections will probably pop up as we continue.
Yeah, no, I'm just sort of you're wanting me fill dead air and doing the best I can.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm almost ready. Sorry about the. I'll be back in 1 moment.
No, it's interesting. I'm trying to see if that has correlation with what we were doing about seeing, hearing, smelling.
Oh, okay, so here, tell
talking.
me this. Can you tell me the associations with the senses and the months?
Yeah, that's what I was just reading off there. Nisan is seeing. Aor is
Okay, wait,
listening.
wait. So let's see. So, shoot, Nissan is.
Seeing.
No, but I'm trying to think what it is like in the Hebrew calendar. Oh, I think that has to do with Pesach. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The Passover.
Mm-hmm. Then Aor is listening. Sivan is smelling. They're saying Tammuz is speech. Av is fattening, stuffing the mouth. Eol is handling. Teshri is doing. Makshin is walking. Kislev is excitement / anger. Tefet is laughter. Shvet is thinking. And then Adar is sleeping. So again, I'm also seeing that sequence of, sort of a morning to night, waking up, seeing light. You're going through the senses, and your most distant one's going to be seeing. Next is going to be hearing. Smelling is when it gets up to the nose. Then you get moving on to basically speech. It almost seems like it is associated with the mouth, so you're probably going to have a certain amount of eating involved there too. I don't know if that's going to be carried with Chet there, but then you're having with definitely a stuffing, a fattening. So maybe that's more of the eating, a speech, and you're transitioning at the mouth to the eating. But you also have a handling there, and then you have a doing action. So I'm sort of seeing that you're doing the eating, and then you're starting to take action, which includes walking and anger and all the sorts of things. And ultimately, you think, and then you go to sleep. Just sort of.
Yeah, I definitely think there's something there. Sorry, just give me one moment. So the other thing I'm thinking is, so let's see. Oh, there's also probably going to be association with the 12 tribes.
I wouldn't imagine there wouldn't be. That seems to be a natural.
What else is there 12 of?
I mean, you have the traditional, obviously, Olympian gods. You have apostles, apostles of Jesus. Let me just do a quick Google here for groups of 12. I mean, they throw a flag if you have 12 men on a football field.
I got it. I mean, it's clearly a joke, but can you explain it to me?
Oh, no. When you're playing football, you're allowed 11 players for each team on the field.
Oh.
And they throw a flag if you have 12 because you're not allowed to have one more guy than the other one.
What if you both have 12?
Then you both get flags, and the play doesn't count.
Funny.
Yeah.
Okay, here, I just finished what I needed to do. I'm coming back now. Yeah, there was still a bit of alcohol left in the tincture, and, well, technically not a tincture anymore, but I just wanted to make sure I evaporated it all off. So, here, coming back now. So yeah, I have a feeling this is probably going to get into the 12 tribes now. But let's see. Let's see. Okay, so let's see where we're. So okay. Leon. I mean, but wait. Okay, wait. What is this? So let's see. All right. Let's see. All right. So Shtei Lo Azim. Lo Azim. I'm not sure. Vishtei Alizim. Vishtei Yoatzim. Vishtei Yotzim. Vishtei Torpin. Vishtei Tsayadim. Ashean Kemin Medina Meriva ve'archan kamin milchama. So that means, let's see. Wait, does it not? Let's see. Wow, so it doesn't translate that part. So I'll often translate that part. So this is really interesting. So v'yadad yamin, v'yad yamin, and the right hand benefesh. Wait, oh no, I'm. All right, here. Shasean kamin. Ase. Wait, asa. Yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Can mean like a type of. Oh, maybe he made it like a type of medina, like a type of state. Ve'archan, ve'arach. Dang it! Let me look this up real quick. Let's see, BDB. Where is it? Shoot. Okay, here. BDB online. It's arach with an ayin. Oh, I think I might be connected to Uruk actually. Let's see, arach. Arach. Right here. Arach arrange or okay, I got it. So the Archan Kamin, so he set it up or he arranged it like a type of wait, what is this? Oh, yeah, so he made it like a kind of state, and he arranged it like a kind of war. Gam adzet also this leomet, I'm not sure. Zease Elohim. This is the word. This is the actions of God. Keyatzad sarfan. Kitzad. Yatzad. How did he form? Or wait. How did he fuse them? He made the letter Hey and crowned it with a kesher lo keter. He bound it with a crown and formed in it Taleh. So Taleh is, wait, let me think. So there's Taleh, but there's also, yeah, Taleh's Aries, I think. Yeah, it is. So Hay is
So
Aries.
now what's the process going on here? They're taking the hay,
binding it with a crown.
well, the other process they used to do was they had a combined. It was Sephron, Hatam, Qatar was the process one time.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the same process?
Yeah.
Okay.
So sorry. No. So Hay is Aries. So yeah, it's saying. So he made Hay to rule over Aries in the world and Nisan in the year, and the right hand in the soul or in the body, male and female.
So what they're basically saying is it's the ruling over the stars, the calendar on paper, and also the body.
Mm-hmm.
So it's doing that tri-level thing. Tri-level syzygy.
So he bound the letter Vav with a crown and formed in it Shor, so Taurus in the world, and Er in the year, and the left hand in the body.
Yeah, so this part's gonna repeat for Sivan and for the right foot all the way down.
Yeah. Well, so I'll just speed through it reading the constellation. So Hemlich Ot Zayin. So he made the letter Zayin, or he caused the letter Zayin to rule, and bound to it a crown, and formed in it Tomim, the twins. So Gemini in the world, and Sivan in the year, and the right leg in the soul, or in the body. You right?
Yep. No, I'm following along.
He crowned the letter Chet and bound and caused it to. He bound the letter Chet with a crown and caused it to rule over and formed in it Sartan, Cancer in the world, Tammuz in the year, and the left foot in the body. Hamlich Ot Tet. So he caused the letter Tet to rule and bound it with a crown, and formed in it Aryeh, the lion. So Leo, Bilam in the world, and Av, Av Bishana in the year, and Kulia Yamin, and the right kidney in the body. Let's see, where are we? Okay. He caused the letter Yod to rule and crowned it bound it with a crown, and formed in it the Virgin Virgo in the world, and Elul in the year, and the left kidney in the body. He crowned and caused the letter Lamed to rule, bound it with a crown, and formed in it Moznaim. What's interesting, so Lamed, which is associated with teaching, is associated with Libra. It's also Libra, starts with a La. But anyway, so Libra is Lamed in the world, Tishrei in the year, and the liver in the body. And that's interesting because liver divination was used in order to figure out the future. So it's kind of this idea of judgment almost, and that's connected with the scales of Libra, and with Yom Kippur, which happens in I'm blanking, in Tishrei, I think.
No, interesting. No, the connection between Libra and liver and judgment is a strong one. I like that one. Good call.
Oh, I didn't even think about Libra and Liber. And that's interesting because think about it, Liber, Pater Liber is associated with Dionysus and with wine, and so Liber, the Liberalia is processed with your Liver, and there's even this like Liver and Liber, there's the two kind of go back and forth.
Yeah, too much Liber and it destroys your liver.
True. So he caused the letter Nun to rule and bound it with a crown, and formed in it Akrav, Scorpio, in the world, and Marcheshvan in the year, and Tahol. What was this? Was this spleen, I think?
Are we at Nun?
Yeah.
Teshri, Lamed was spleen.
Yeah,
Nun was liver.
Wait, what?
Or maybe we have that flipped. Maybe Lamed should be liver? Yeah, Lamed. That makes more sense.
Wait.
You got spleen and liver between Lamed and Nun.
Wait, yeah, no, I'm saying Nun is spleen.
Nun is spleen? Okay. Then I'll flip those.
Yeah, so spleen comes after liver.
Okay.
So just to be clear, Lamed is liver, Nun is spleen.
Yeah, with all the L's we're talking about, it makes sense that liver and Lamed would be the same.
So in the spleen in the soul, or in the body. He caused the letter Samach to rule and bound it with a crown and formed in it Keshet, Sagittarius in the world, and Kislev in the year, and Mara, Gal in the soul, in the body.
Yep, that's what I got.
He caused the letter Ayin to rule and bound it with a crown and formed in it Gedi, Capricorn in the world, and Tevet in the year, and the Golet in the body, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. He caused the letter Tzadek to rule and bound it with a crown and formed in it Aquarius, Dali, in the world, Vishvat in the year, and the stomach in the body. You got that?
Yep, and we should have Quaff, which should be intestines, and Adar.
Wait, did we say Tzaddik already?
Yeah, we said Sadik was associated with stomach and should be associated with
right.
Shvet.
Right. So, and then he caused the letter Kof to rule and bound it with a crown and formed within it Dagim, Pisces in the world, the Adar, Adar in the year, and the intestines in the body.
Which again, with Pisces being 2, with the 2 intestines, large and small.
Interesting. So here it has these 12 letters. He designed, formed, combined, weighed, and changed, and created with them the 12 divisions of the heavens, namely the zodiacal constellations, the 12 months of the year, and the 12 important organs of the frame of the human, namely the right hands, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we just went over it. So, hey, predominant speech. Oh, wait, literally, we just read this. We're not going to. Oh, wait, here it talks about. Wait, okay, so you.
Yeah, no, that's all the correspondences that we had. Yeah, no, we've got that already.
Okay, so so that's interesting. This isn't this is a top. They got it wrong.
Oh, they have a misprint? Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean this is just the community translation. So this is interesting. So Nun, predominant smell combined forms Scorpio. Wait, and intestines. Wait. That's interesting. So here it's saying that.
Run me those down because I'm starting out. What's hey as far hey was seeing.
All right. So here it's saying hey is speech.
I'm going to put those in parentheses above.
All right.
Because this seems different than what we had before, so this may be a different correspondence.
Here it's and then it says so hey is it says hey is speech and Aries. Is that what you have? Well, I mean other than the speech.
Yeah.
All right, and then Nissan, right hand of man and woman. God produced Vav. Vav is associated with mind in this context.
Okay, they have listening on our previous one.
Interesting. Then with let's see, Zayin is movement or walking.
Okay, they had smell before.
All right. Let's see.
Chet?
Chet is sight.
Very interesting because het and hey are flipped. Our previous one we had hey associated with seeing. Here we have het associated with speaking and vice versa with speech.
1 second, I just need to get like a candy base. My throat's kind of sore. So are you able to read the next one or?
Zayin het is sight. Nope, you didn't quite get to it.
Right. So Tet, it's saying is hearing.
Tet is hearing. Okay. We had fattening stuffing before.
Right, interesting. It says Yod is labor or action or like doing maybe.
And we had that as handling before. We had Lamed as doing action before.
Interesting. Lamed here would be handling or fondling.
And that's another one where they're reversing on each other. So we have two different pivot points.
Interesting. Let's see. Nun is smell.
We got walk originally here. And smell originally was Zyme.
And then
Which
isn't
they
Zyme
also have, and Zyme is movement. Yep.
interesting?
So those are pairing off again.
So Samech is sleep.
Samech is sleep, which is cough. So that means cough should also associate with excitement, anger.
Interesting, yeah, because it's parallel there. So, so Ayin is anger. Oh wait, no, Ayin is anger.
Oh, Ayin is anger. Ooh, here's a change. Okay.
So Tzadeh is taste. It's saying.
Okay. And then quaff is
It says mirth. What's that?
laughter.
So yeah, laughter.
So we have Ayin, which was laughter before and becomes anger here. Quaff goes from sleep to laughter. Sade goes from taste. Sorry, quaff goes from sleep to laughter. Sade goes from think to taste. And Vav goes from hear to think.
Interestingly, it also mixes up the body parts.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's not really important. Let's just move on.
Yeah, well, it will be important to get it right later. I can go back over it again. So yeah.
So three mothers. So shalosh amot shehem shlosha avot. So three mothers that from them three fathers. From them come out fire, or fire, wind, and water. Three mothers and 7 doubles and 12 commons, or simples. And so that word pashut is also where pishta, or the word for flax or linen in Hebrew, is. So
I'm not sure where they're coming up with three fathers from. That's a new concept they're introducing here.
So I think it's that the three mothers are the letters and the three fathers are earth, wind, and fire. Or I mean air, wind, and fire. I mean air, fire, and water.
Okay, because our previous sequences were going Aleph to the three mothers. Then we're sealing the three mothers with the flower of life. Then we're starting to grow the tree of life, and we're pulling through the tree of life to get to from Aleph. We're pulling from Aleph through the mothers, the flower, and the tree to get fire, water, and air.
Mm-hmm.
So it's only when we get through all of those do we get to fire, water, and air. So that's why I'm curious, are they calling the fire and water air at that point the three fathers?
I think so.
Okay.
So Ilu Esri. Oh yeah, because in this context, I think it would probably be that Chesed would be water, Gvor would be fire, and then Tiferet would be air. So, okay, Ilu Esrim Vishtaim. These are the 12 letters. Shebehem Yesod, that formed in them. Hakava, Yah, Yahweh, Sevaot, Elohim Chaim, Elohai Israel, Ram, Venasa, Shochen, Ad, Vekadosh, Shmo, Marom, Vekadosh Hu. So this is let's see. This is Hakava. So that This is interesting that it could also be read as Hakaba, but I mean, don't read into that because I don't think there's anything there. So this is Hakadosh Baruch Hu. So the holy, blessed one, he, or he, the holy one, the holy blessed one, is Yahweh Tsevaot. So like Yah, the Lord of hosts, or Yah of hosts, or of the heavenly armies. Elohim Chaim, the living God. Elohei Israel, the God of Israel. Ram, high. Vinisa, and lifted up. Shochen, dwelling. Ad v'kadosh, dwelling until but holier and holy. Oh, dwelling until eternity, and his name is holy and exalted, and he is holy. So right here it says Yod Hey Vav Hey Tetragrammaton, that is our Lord of hosts, exalted and existed in the ages, whose name is holy, created 3 fathers. Where are they getting this from? It's literally not in there. Created 3 fires, fire and spirit and water, progressing beyond them 7 heavens with their armies of angels and 12 elements of the universe. What the heck? Wait, what? There's got to be another translation. This is bullshit. This isn't real. Like, that's literally not what it says. And see, this is why you can't rely on translations.
No, trust me. It's one of my favorite ones was when I sat there and realized, when by the time you're getting to the King James Bible, it's like, okay, you're starting from the original Greek, then you're translating it into the Vulgate, then you're translating it into English. It's like, oh my God, just how much have you lost in that translation effort?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's wild. So, yeah, just before we head off, I want to see if I can find something about this. Like, let's see, Sefer Yetzirah, chapter 12, explain. Doubt we'll find anything.
Well, I do like just I'm just going to go off this translation. If you want to look up there, I'll sort of vamp while you're looking, Ariel. Is they're talking about the 3 mothers, and again, how they came up with spirit there. It's clear that they meant water. And again, they're talking about not the fire and water and air or spirit being air, not of the as we know them. That's of the primordial realm. And they're talking about the 7 heavens being the 7 letters, being the 7 distinctions that we can draw, the 7 spectrums that we can process the world with, and those are basically the armies of angels. And the limits of the universe is basically they're saying that what the 12 letters that we just went through are basically the stops. They're the hard stops on the universe. And that's sort of what I'm getting on it. They're sort of very granular, and they're putting a stop to the perceptions. Any of that resonating with you, Ariel?
Yeah, sorry, I'm also.
Yeah, no, I know you're looking there. I was just trying to see if where you were at on that.
Yeah, I'm also just trying to look for a video on this, but unfortunately, there doesn't really seem to be a whole lot of discussion on it beyond just people reading it. But this is interesting. So wait. So yeah, apparently, and we'll probably get into this later, but I just came across something where it says that Toph is earth, whereas you have Aleph is air, Shin is fire, and Mem is water, but Toph is earth. And so this is also connected with Yod Hey Vav Hey. Wait. Yeah, but the only thing is this one list has it in opposite order. But other than that, let's see. I'm just seeing if I can find anything. Let's see. Here, this might be good. It's 8 minutes, and then we'll finish off here.
Question is, what do we do with the problem that we have in heritage? Speaks about in the Gemara also, and there's many researchers that are going in that the shape of the letters have changed. So how can we base ourselves all kinds of drashot and understandings on the shape of the aleph, the bet that we have, if this is not the original shape that we got the Torah? We got the Torah in different shape, and now there's new shapes, and now you're coming and you're saying all kinds of drashot and ideas about this new shape of the letters. So the question is a very good question, and I'm not sure that my answer is such a good answer as the question is a good question, but I'll give you what I have. There's a few stages to the answer. First of all, we don't really know what happened. Okay, it's not clear. There is all kinds of theories, there is all kinds of ideas, but we don't really know what happened. Okay, there is something that is called the Study-Yetzirah, that is, they say that is the first like Hebrew script that there was, that is very different than the letters that we're using today. And the shape of the letters that we have today is called Ktav Ashurit, the shape of the Sefer Torah. And it does speak about it in the Gemara that was
Ktav
set
Ashurit
as
is
the halacha.
Ktav Ashurit is the writing of the Assyrians.
Interesting.
That they chose this.
That's Aramaic.
Writing in the
Because I was going to say the
when
place
they
that
came
I tend to look at as being strong in a predecessor is Ugarit, and that's definitely in that whole Syria area.
I don't know if that's technically Assyria though. That would still be. I don't know. That's like
It
Syria.
wasn't Phoenicia. I mean, they weren't Phoenicians, but they were associated with it. But that's a lot, because that's also where you get the legends of Danel and Bel and the Dragon and stuff is from Ugarit.
Yeah, but I mean, I do think you could argue that it was Phoenician.
No, they were very clearly they were very clearly separate from Phoenicia politically. They were more of a buffer state
Between them and the Hittites, but still, like, it was on the border of the Phoenician lands.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is it's like they were like a neutral zone, like Luxembourg or something.
Interesting.
from the first exile to Babylon. Now, we don't know what was the shape of the Torah in heavens. Okay, meaning, to answer that, I will go from a slightly different angle.
Just not a tiny question that I could throw that one thrown. Did the pronunciation change?
That's another question. Let's finish with one, then we'll go to that. I want to connect that to a principle that is brought down in the words of the Ramchal that he speaks about the Bet HaMikdash.
So Ramchal is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. He was a Kabbalist. He was a really interesting guy.
No, I want to say somebody referenced him in a chat you showed as well.
So the Ramchal says that we know that it's not the idea of the Ramchal, but the Ramchal explains very nicely in the article that he have called Mishkan Elyon, that there is the heavenly Bet HaMikdash and then there is the earthly Bet HaMikdash. So when the Bet HaMikdash was destroyed, so first it was destroyed in the heavens, and then it was destroyed in the earth. And also vice versa, that the building of Bet HaMikdash first have to happen in the heavens, and then it will allow it to happen in the earth. Okay? And actually, the Ramchal says that in the time that Yechezkel prophet, saw the third Bet HaMikdash, how could he say that? Because it was already there in the heavens. And since that time of the vision of Yechezkel Navi, the third Bet HaMikdash is standing in heavens and is waiting that for the right time to be manifested in earth. Okay? So my understanding with the Hebrew letters is basically the same. Okay? It's true that we applied those shapes of letters in a certain point in the timeline of the history. But as far as I understand, it was there existing in the heavens from the beginning of time. For different reasons, we didn't apply them in the earth. But when the time was right to apply those letters in earth, so then the sages said, now we got to that point that we can manifest this shape of letters that is so meaningful and to use that to write the Torah. Okay, why it was not allowed before that? That's a good question. We'll leave it for another time. But in a certain time, in the timeline of the history of the Jewish people, the sages have decided this is the time to apply the principles. And we know that those people, the Ezra Sofer, is, that they were prophets. He came with Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, that were, the last prophets. That's the end of the stage of. So that time of the end of the prophets and the beginning of Anshe Knesset Gedolah, that they made for us all the structure of the prayers and the brachot and so on and so forth. So they also applied those principles of the shape of the letters. Okay? So the fact that we don't have evidence that it was used before, it doesn't mean that it's something that they invented from their mind. No, they were prophets. They were able to elevate their consciousness to the upper realms and to receive this information that was there all along. That's prophecy, So when you're talking about prophets, you're not talking about a person that is, like bored in his room and is playing with the pencil and is coming up with all kinds of nice letters. That's not what we're talking about.
Is this alphabet still divine? Is it divine?
Yes, it is divine. It is very, very divine. Definitely, it is very divine, and all of the teachings that you have about the shape of those letters is proving how divine it is. And there is many books about it, and B'ezrat Hashem, I can show you a few books about it. But the point of the matter is that you shouldn't think that it's an invention of one human being that he just scribed something. That doesn't work this way. What we have is something that is coming in prophecy. It was there in heaven, and that's why it's so meaningful, and that's why it makes the Sefer Torah and the Tefillin and the Mezuzot, it will be holy. What does it mean that it's holy? That it draws the light of the heavens into those parchments that we are writing. It's something that is very, very delicate. Have to be done only in a certain way, certain person that he knows how to do it, and is writing in a certain way, that to follow all the procedure, all the inherited, that it will apply and it will work in this way, that it's like a it's in a certain way, it's like a electronic device that if something is a little slightly off, there's some slight movement, so everything is not working. So everything has to be just right, that it will work and it will fill this function of what it's supposed to be.
There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, right?
Yes.
22 characters.
22 letters.
So is there any Kabbalistic significance of that?
There's many Kabbalistic significance for the 22 letters, and there's another 5 letters.
Well, I'm sure you could do something like, there's one, but then the one had to create something else. So, the whole mi, ma, or mi, ela thing. So you have one and another one. So 1 plus 1 is 2. Then then it's like, then it replicates itself. So that's 2 plus 2. But then it's like, maybe it's also like, I don't know. There's definitely a bunch of ways you can take that.
Yeah, no. Now you're doing sequencing, and there are all sorts of different ways of sequencing. I just wanted a couple of comments on what it was. Is I thought the question at the very end was perhaps the silliest question I've ever heard, which was, is there any Kabbalistic meaning to this number 22? You know, to anything. It's like there's always a Kabbalistic meaning, especially to a number.
Oh my God! I've dang it! I honestly, shoot, dang it! I'm okay. I'm trying to think.
You know, the question is, are you extracting the right Kabbalistic meaning from that number?
True.
That's always the challenge, because too often you can extract a bunch of them. And I also wanted to echo him is one of the things I'm appreciating is not so much the shape of the letters. That's something I'm still exploring, but the fact that the aspiration forces you to choose two sides of the, the thesis antithesis of a dialectic that's truly divine, for lack of a better word.
Okay, here. Have you ever seen A Serious Man?
The original.
No, I don't think so.
Definitely a must-see. So, since this is a 2009 film, I have a feeling that I probably shouldn't have any audio from it, but luckily there's captions, so I'm just going to put some music over it.
Okay.
So hopefully that'll be good enough.
And you can give me you can give the play-by-play on it and what's happening.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So let's see. Here, I need to find some music that kind of fits this. Let's see.
It doesn't look like a marching Hassam sort of sound.
All right. All right, here.
You got volume on.
What?
You got volume on the video real low.
Oh, sure. All right, so I'll just read it for them. The same instant, for all I know, I miss Hashem trying to tell me that Cy Abelman is me, or that we all are all one, or something. How does God speak to us? A good question. You know Leah Sussman? Or Dr. Sussman, I think. Yeah, did he ever tell you about the boy's teeth? No, what? The boy's teeth. Well, Lee is at work one day. Actually, here, I'm just going to turn off the music. It's distracting me more than anything. Okay, so, actually, here, let me just hear a little bit of what. Okay, so no, there's no music. Okay, so, yeah. So Leah's at work one day. You know, he has the orthodontic practice. Their Great Bear Clinic. He's making a plaster mold. It's for corrective bridge work in the mouth of one of his patients, Russell Cross. I don't know. The mold rise and leaves exam one day after fabricating the appliance. He notices something unusual. There appears to be something engraved on the inside of the patient's lower incisors. Hoshiani. Here, I'm just going to put on the sound for this part real quick. If it's under 30 seconds, it should be fine. Hoshiani.
Hoshiani. Help me, save me.
So this is it's a biblical reference. This is it in a boy's mouth, Larry. He calls the guy back and the pretense of needing additional measurements for the appliance. All right. Notice any other problems with your teeth? Nope. And then he's laughing. So he looks in his mouth. Yod, hey, shit. Oh, wait, here, I'm going to put it on sound again. Here.
Son of a gun. There it is. Hoshiani.
Hoshiani. Help me.
Son of a gun.
Son of a gun. So,
Can Sussman eat? Sussman can't eat.
Can Sussman eat? Sussman can't eat. Can Sussman sleep? Sussman can't sleep.
The patients, Goy and Jew alike. Sussman looks at the molds of his other patients, Goy and Jew alike, seeking other messages he finds.
So he's looking for messages from God. There are people who look at the world this way. I mean, I'm not judging them for it. I think it's interesting, though.
Or maybe I'm...
It's paranoia gone mad.
I mean, okay, but you gotta admit, if you see something that says "help me," and keep in mind this is supposed to take place in like the 50s or so, and he's working on the teeth of some guy named Lawrence, or was it Lawrence, or I forget what the name was, but Kraus, a German name. So the implication immediately is that it's something that a Jew who was working in one of the camps wrote into like one of the like
one of the guards, yeah.
Yeah. And but you see something in Hebrew, it's like there's no accident to it. It's like that, like you look at that and that's like the writings in the wall. Like you can't ignore that.
A more righteous life is the answer in Kabbalah and Torah. Or is there even a question?
Is there even a question? That's one of the best parts. Tell me, Rabbi, what can such a sign mean? This is the best fucking part.
So, what did you tell him?
Sussman?
Yes.
Is it relevant?
Is it relevant? It's like that's the whole thing. It's not about the destination. It's about the journey.
Well, isn't that what you're telling me?
Okay. Nachman says, look, the teeth, we don't know. Signs from Hashem, don't know. Helping others.
Good idea.
Couldn't hurt.
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah, not even good idea. Couldn't hurt.
Couldn't hoit.
No, but who put it there? Was it for him, Sussman, or for whoever found it, or for just for?
We can't know everything.
We can't know everything.
Oh, exactly. No. So why all for toots? Exactly.
It sounds like you don't know anything. Why even tell me the story?
Because you came here.
First, I should tell you. Now I shouldn't tell you.
Yeah, exactly.
What happened to Sussman?
What would happen? Not much. He went back to work. For a while, he checked every patient's teeth for new messages. He didn't. Not much. He went back to work. For a while, he checked every patient's teeth for new messages. He didn't find it. In time, he found he stopped checking. He returned to life.
He slept.
These questions that are bothering you, Larry, maybe they're like a toothache. Feel them for a while, then they go away.
I don't want it to just go away. I want an answer.
Sure.
So for context, his wife has left him for this other guy who's like his kind of like his arch nemesis. Like, but he's like the worst thing is that the guy's not even like mean to him. It's just kind of very passive aggressive. And then eventually, basically, it's the story of Job in a modern, or well, not modern, but in a
corporate sense.
No, not even. It's like the book of Job in 1960s Jewish America.
Gotcha.
We all want the answer. Hashem doesn't owe us the answer, Larry. Hashem doesn't owe us anything. The obligation runs the other way.
Why does he make us feel the questions?
Why does he make us feel the questions? It's so true.
If he's not going to give us any answers.
Because that's the mystery.
So we can try to answer them ourselves.
He hasn't told me.
He hasn't told me. He's so sulky. He just sands his face.
What happened to the goy?
What happened to the goy?
Who cares?
The best benefit to having health insurance would be just peace of mind.
Okay, that's horrible. But
Oh no. Trust me, I get that sort of punchline. Yeah, it's horrible, but it's funny.
But yeah, so yeah, I think that's a really good place to end off. I'm just going to end off on the dancing Chassidim like always. But yeah, I'm like honestly, I sometime we should have like I mean also just because of all the all the stuff that's been going on lately. I just also should probably make my own Discord channel, but like sometime, I mean, we won't stream it because I don't want to get struck, but we should watch Serious Man. That would be really fun. It's a great movie, and then we can stop it every now and then and analyze it for analyze it for meaning and stuff.
No. Yeah, that's funny. No, I could definitely get the whole Job thing going on there.
Let's see.
And that so much reminds me of like I said, so much of my youth growing up like that. Who knows?
All right, so check this out. Let's see.
Tough times right now. That would be the nicest way of saying.
This is a really cool. Does that have? I could always translate it.
אשליית הכוח וקו דק שמפריד בין שיגעון ושפיות.
Big Shigaon is like
הפניקה
madness.
שמאחורי הצחוק ודו-קיום של עייפות ואלגנטיות.
אחד מי יודע, אחד אני יודע, אחד אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ. שניים מי יודע, שניים אני יודע, שני לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ. שלושה מי יודע, שלושה אני יודע, שלושה, שני לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו.
Oh, sorry, I completely forgot to translate it. So here, let me go back a bit. So the first one is Echad Miodea, one who knows one. Echad Miodea, Echad Eloheinu. What we have our one God. So Echad Eloheinu. So two who knows. Shnei Luchot Habrit, the two tablets of the law, or two tablets of the commandment. One God, our one God. Sheba Shemaim Uva Aretz. So Sheba, that is on earth. Wait, Sheba Shemaim, that is in heaven, and Uva Aretz, and on earth. So it's like as it is, like as it is in heaven, so on earth. Three who knows. Three fathers.
שבשמיים ובארץ. אבא, אני יודע. אבא, אני יודע.
So four, who knows?
אני יודע. אבא, אמהות.
4 mothers.
שלושה אבות, שנינו נברית, אחד אלוהינו, 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 שבשמיים ובארץ. חמישה אני יודע, חמישה אני יודע.
5, who knows?
חמישה חומשי תורה.
Chamishe Chumshe Torah, the 5/5 of the Torah. Six, who knows? The 6 orders, or like 6 sidrei, the 6 sidors of the Mishnah. Shiva, 7, who knows? Shiva Yemei Shavta, 7 days of the week. Shmona mi yodea, 8 days of the breast. So like there's 8 days in between the birth and the Brit Milah, or the circumcision. Tisha mi yodea, so 9. Tisha Yechei Leda. Wait, let me. Yeah, Yechei Leda. I'm blanking on what Yechei is, but basically the 9 months of pregnancy, because Leda means of carrying or of bearing. So 10, who knows? The 10 divraya, the 10 utterances, or the 10 commandments. I feel bad for the guy on the right. They're just getting they're the only one that has to throw themselves down on the floor. The guy on the right kind of looks like someone I know. Not really.
He does get to take it. I was going to say that last guy does take a little bit of break when he's laying on the ground, though.
Yeah. Achadasa. So 11, who knows? So Achadasa Kochvaya, so the 11 stars in the sky. So it's the 11 stars of Joseph's dream. Yeah, I think it was 11 stars, and he was the sun that they were bowing down to. Shtemesar Mil Deah. So 12. 12 who knows? Want to take a guess?
No, what's next?
So 12.
Yeah, 12 who know.
No, but guess what the 12 is.
Well, 12 tribes of Israel. I was going to say, when you sat there and said, Jacob in the center as the sun, obviously is the zodiac comparison as well.
Oh no, I think in that context, it's actually Joseph that's the son, and they're bowing down to him, the 11 stars, his 11 brothers.
No, what I was saying is when you have a sun with 12 circling around him, it definitely evokes a zodiac connotation for me.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. It's just because in that it's 11 stars, not 12.
Oh, okay, gotcha. My bad.
So Shtemesar Shivtaya, you're right. 12 tribes. So Shlosha Asar, so 13 who knows? Shlosha Asar Midaya, the 13 attributes of God. It's like the 13 attributes of mercy. So
No.
yeah.
I was gonna say you got so it's like the 13 names of God. It's like God is all of the 12 plus more sort of concept.
Kind of. So I really like this version. So this is.
Are you a low-income American on food stamps or Medicaid? If so, you.
This one was actually made during the coronavirus pandemic, and it was basically done like everyone was doing it remotely. These are a bunch of like TV stars and movie stars and like musicians in Israel. Oh shoot! What did I just hear? Actually, I mean it's not. Here I'll speed it up just so that we can see it should still be good. So this guy's a really famous musician. I think it's Shlomi Shabbat. That's Yuval Dayan, I think. I think that's Galiatari. I'm not sure. I forget. Michal Buchbalov or something. No, that's Sarit Chadad. That's right. And so it's interesting. Her last name Chadad is one of the epithets of Baal Chadad. And then there's also probably connections like was it with the name Khadid?
חמישה אני יודע, חמישה אני יודע, חמישה חומשי תורה, 40 אמות, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ, 6 אני יודע, 6 אני יודע.
I forget what her name is. I just I remember because she looks really distinctive, but I never knew her name, and then I just came across it the other day, and then now I forget it.
6 סדרי משנה, 5 חומשי תורה, 40 אמות, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ, 7 אני יודע, 7 ימי שבתא, 6 סדרי משנה, 5 חומשי תורה, 40 אמות, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ, 8 אני יודע, 8 אני יודע, 8 ימי שבתא, 6 סדרי משנה, 5 חומשי תורה, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ, 9 אני יודע.
She looks like someone I know, but is definitely not her. Just looks like her. Also, if you can't tell, there's a lot of cute women in Israel.
5 סדרי משנה, 5 חומשי תורה, 40 אמות, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ. 10 מי יודע, 10 אני יודע, 10 דבריה, 9 י"ח לידה, 8 ימי מילה, 7 ימי שבתא, 6 סדרי משנה, 5 חומשי תורה, 40 אמות, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ. 11 מי יודע, 11 אני יודע, 11 כוכביה, 10 דבריה, 9 י"ח לידה, 8 ימי מילה, 7 ימי שבתא, 6 סדרי משנה, 5 חומשי תורה, 40 אמות, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ. 12 מי יודע, 12 אני יודע.
Oh, this guy. Oh my God, he's a Hebrew reggae guy. Shoot, what's it? Moshe Ben Ari. Oh, wait, is that his name? Yeah, I think it is. Oh my God, he has some really good stuff.
12 שפליה, 11 כוכביה, 10 דבריה, 9 י"ח לידה, 8 ימי מילה, 7 ימי שבתא, 6 סדרי משנה, 5 חומשי תורה, 40 אמות, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ. 13 מי יודע, 13 אני יודע, 13 אני יודע, 12 שפליה, 11 כוכביה, 10 דבריה, 9 י"ח לידה, 8 ימי מילה, 7 ימי שבתא, 6 סדרי משנה, 5 חומשי תורה, 40 אמות, 3 אבות, 2 לוחות הברית, אחד אלוהינו, שבשמיים ובארץ.
So, to end it off, we'll go back to the classic thing, which is just the.
I was going to say, what impressed me is more just the raw voice and raw talent they had. That was just amazing voices.
To be fair, they are professionals.
Oh no, I'm just saying it showed.
Yeah. So let's see, dancing. Let's see. Crown Heights. What is it? Shluchim. Oh my God, this is just
Private online music lessons taught by the best musicians from Juilliard, Berkeley, and other top music schools.
And so this is the type of thing that I'm talking about that isn't exactly conducive to health in the middle of a pandemic. But again, it's not like they're doing anything different than people going to concerts or people gathering at mega churches or people going to the movies. Like, if you really think about it.
No, you're specifically talking about the gathering rather than the aerobic jumping, because aerobic jumping is, at least a certain amount per week is recommended for health.
And for happiness.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, and you get that same going back and forth swaying, like you mentioned in the other one.
And they try to keep the polarity going, one going one way, one going the other. I appreciate that.
It's like very enchanting to watch.
Well, it's also enchanting to be part of. That's part of the whole point of these sorts of exercises, is when we were talking earlier about taking you into those ecstatic states.
Here, I think I found it. Yeah, here. Look up. Here, I'm going to slow it down because, yeah, here. See, normal speed. Oh shit! Know anyone? Oh wait, no, I think it was before here. No, I don't think so. Oh, I know who I thought. Wait, yeah, it's like I'm so, okay. They do. It's really hard to tell when they're all dressed the same and they all have the same hairstyle and beard.
The one guy without a hat in the front looked a little bit like Toby Singer.
So here's something I want you to notice. So look at the Torah. What do you notice about it?
Well, it's huge. It's crowned on top. My guess is they're doing that whole what is it? They're doing the sealing and crowning it.
So, I didn't even think about that. I mean, possible connection, but in this, it's mainly that. So it has a crown, and it has regal clothing because it's a queen.
Hence that antimonic merging of male and female.
In what way?
Well, you're saying female clothes, but the male crown is a king. Or are you just saying? Are you referring to the Torah as entirely female?
No, the Torah is entirely female.
Okay.
Or feminine, rather. But it's kind of also with this idea that that Malchut is also referred to with master and king.
Well, the other aspect, you're going to need to have a male aspect in order to have the letters being distinctive.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a certain more merging. So.
Keter Torah. And then I think this probably has like the dedication, when it was written, where it was written, stuff like that.